Charlene? Charlene? Hello.
Yes, yes,
I did copy you on the prep memo, no, with the names of the presenters and things.
yes.
Okay,
I have
okay,
it.
nice. All right.
Academic.
Thank you. Hi, Charlene. There's two people in the waiting room. Adil?
I got them.
Okay.
They're all in now.
Okay. Adil, can you hear me? Adil, are you there?
Good morning, honourable members. Zubaida, can I check with you? Are we sufficient members to continue the meeting?
Morning, Chairperson. Yes, we are co-writing. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Let me then, it is 8:30 exactly. Let me welcome all the honourable members present. Also a special word of welcome to the Minister of Police and also the Deputy Minister. Also the delegations from the DPCI and the SIU. Also the Deputy Auditor-General and the AGSA staff members present, all the committee staff and other parliamentary staff and everybody else present. You are most welcome. And it is Friday and it is spring. So let's be excited about that and let's do our work in that way. Honourable members, we do have new members and changing of our membership. As you would have seen, it was ATC. The Democratic Alliance made changes to their members of the committee. And we bid a farewell to the Honourable Spies. And also the Honourable Bateman is now an alternate member of the committee, and we welcome the Honourable Vilikazi and also the Honourable Mare. You are most welcome, and we look forward to working with you in this committee. Honourable members, let's first note apologies, and then we'll get to the agenda. Zubaida, any apologies?
Yes, Chairperson. We have apologies from Honorable Joyce Bila, Honorable Mofokeng, Honorable Madlala, and Honorable Mwango.
Thank you very much. I did see some new apologies that came in on the group that we should just also take note of. I think it was Honorable Mente and Honorable Mutando, if you didn't mention them. But honourable members, we are sufficient number of members to continue. If we get to the agenda, I do want to ask for your indulgence. We have very important presentations that I do want us to thoroughly engage on. And for the sake of that, I would ask that we defer the consideration of the minutes to our next meeting. And then the item on the agenda with regards to the strategic planning, you would have noted that there is the suggestion that we postpone that. I would ask that we keep that item on the agenda for now, so that when we get there in time, I see it was changed here, but with your indulgence, that we just add that and that we see if we can get a brief presentation by the DAG on the strategy, if that is possible, and that we can then also just discuss our way forward in terms of the strategic plan that we are mandated to consider and approve before the 19th of September. Honourable members, with your indulgence on those two matters, can I get a mover for the adoption of the agenda? Honourable Vilikazi.
Mare.
Honourable Murray. Thank you very much. Thank you. There's been and Honourable Vikhabal as well. So there is a mover and a seconder. Thank you very much for that. Any objections to the adoption of the agenda in that fashion? None. Thank you very much. We can then move forward. And as you would have seen, we had the presentations by the DPCI, better known as the Hawks, which has been an item that we've been trying to schedule, and we've had scheduling trouble between the various schedules, the committee schedule, parliamentary program, and also the availability of the delegation. So we are thankful that we could schedule this meeting and have this engagement on this important matter, and also in the presentation from the SIU in that regard as well. Honourable members, going to give the Minister, Professor Kachalia, an opportunity for brief opening remarks, Minister, and also to introduce your delegation. Can then hand over to the presenter. I would ask the presenter to be brief. We did receive the presentation beforehand, and we do, I think, are comfortable with a lot of the important issues, but the issues such as the mandate and the scope and so forth. So I would ask that you do not spend too much time on that, and that you do not verbally go through the presentation, but rather speak to the important matters so that we can have a thorough engagement with you rather than just the presentation that we did have the opportunity to go through as members. Honourable Minister, I will give you an opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson Wessels. I'm looking forward to, this is my first appearance before a parliamentary committee. So I'm looking forward to the engagement. I'm struggling a little bit with the platform. I don't know who exactly is on the platform. So I'll just ask the acting head of the DPCI. I don't know if the deputy ministers are on the platform.
Yeah, I am on the platform, Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Is only you? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it seems like it's only me,
okay.
Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. I'll just ask the acting head of the DPCI to introduce his team, and then we can proceed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Acting Head, you're most welcome.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson and the committee. I just want to first be sure that I'm audible. We're having a bit of challenges with our gadgets here.
You are audible. Thank you, General.
Okay. Thank you very much. I am Lieutenant General Nkosi, and with me for the purposes of the presentation, it's Lieutenant General Mboto, Major General Makinyane, who will be taking us through the presentation. We have noted, Chairperson, that since you received the presentation, you would just want us to go to the pertinent matters. So without any further ado, I will request that the General take us through the presentation. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chairperson, honourable members of the committee, the Minister of Police and the Deputy Minister. I will be taking the meeting through the presentation. I have taken note of what the Chairperson have already indicated. I will not be spending any time on the few slides. I will just zoom firstly in slide number 5. The other slides I've taken note, as the Chairperson have indicated that the mandate and other stuff have already been read by the honourable members. Slide number 5, Chairperson, that's where there is an indication that the Office of the Auditor-General of South Africa have made 16 referrals to the DPCI, and the DPCI has got 21 related cases to the referrals. 5 of those matters are at court, and 1 matter is sent to the National Prosecuting Authority for decision, and 15 of the matters are under investigation. There is 1 matter which is pending at court where there was a seizure of 251,770 rand that was found in possession of the suspects. I can indicate, Chairperson, that the referrals were made during the period from November 2021, and the last referral was in April 2025. Then the next slide, Chairperson, also indicates the departments or the entities from which these, these referrals were made. I will not also be mentioning them one by one, as the Chairperson have already indicated, but the figures, the totals, also tally with my previous slide, where I've indicated that there are 16 referrals and 21 cases. 5 of the matters at court and 15 under investigation. Of importance also, Chairperson, on this slide, we have indicated that out of the cases that are under investigation, a total of 278 statements have already been obtained and filed. The next slide, Chairperson, talks to the amounts involved. We have categorized the amounts in terms of the dockets that are at court, the cases that, 1 case that is submitted for decision, and the cases under investigation. Then we go to the overview of the cases, Chairperson. I'm on slide number 9. Chairperson, we have got 5 matters that are pending at court, which should have resulted, which have been caused as a result of the material irregularities that would have been identified in the post office and post bank, particularly in the systems in place in ensuring that the cards are kept safe and to avoid any discrepancy. These cases, Chairperson, people were arrested in possession of stolen cards. One of the matters, as I've indicated, Zonke Zizwe case 7 of 3, 2019. This is where the suspects were found in possession of cash in the amount of 251,000 and also 250 cards. These matters are at court. At the time when we submitted the presentation, Ivory Park case 108 of 8, 2019 was going to go to court on the 26th of 8, 2025. It has been remanded again to the 2nd of June, 2025 for pre-trial. And Zonke Zizwe case 7 of 3, 2019, it is also remanded to the 11th of September for the probation officer's report and sentencing. The others, the court dates are also indicated, Chairperson. There's 2 cases that maybe I may mention, Chairperson. Everton 102 of 8, 2022. This is a matter where the former manager of a post office was arrested, having misrepresented that he has paid SASSA beneficiaries, legitimate beneficiaries, which was not the case. The amount involved is 2.2 million, and the matter is at court and is coming on the 12th of September. On the next slide, Chairperson, also I can indicate that BL Mata was a teller in the very same post office. He committed the offense exactly the same modus operandi that was done by the manager, and the amount involved on this one is 1.6 million. The matter is also coming to court again on the 27th of October 2025. Then the next slide, Chairperson, is the Zastron matter that talks to the employees' pension fund contributions that were deducted but never paid to the two pension funds, South African Local Authorities Pension Fund and the South African Municipal Workers Retirement Fund. These are the funds that were deducted since 2019 and which is causing a lot of prejudice to the employees themselves, in that when they leave their work, they are not paid their pensions, and at times they lose the interest that would have been accrued by the pensions having been paid in good time. The amount involved is 116.5 million there. And then we've got the next one, Chairperson, the BRICS matter. BRICS 404 2025, that matter, Chairperson, it talks to the fraudulent debit orders that went through bank accounts of the municipality. The matter is receiving attention. Also, is one of the matters that is under investigation. It has been sent to the prosecutors for the allocation of the prosecutor. Hence, we are dealing with our cases with the prosecutors from the very onset, which is, we term it prosecutor-guided investigation. The next slide, Chairperson, which is talks to three matters. Pretoria Case Central 600 of 6 2024, Park Road 1184 of 6 2024, and Garsfontein 3 of 2 of 8 2023. These matters relate to three referrals that were made by the Office of the Auditor-General, and these are the matters where the material irregularities were identified in the South African Post Bank and Post Office for failure to maintain effective systems in the internal controls on the card management and SASSA beneficiaries payments. The losses or the prejudice suffered there, it is in regard of the cards stolen. Some of the cards had to be written off because of being tampered with, and some comes out of the cards that would have been presented and amounts paid. So those matters are investigated together. These are the matters that link to the court cases that I've mentioned before, because those people were arrested during the very same period when these material irregularities were identified. The amount involved here is 158 million. The next slide, Chairperson, is talks to Free State, Maja Bank municipality. It was during the construction of Nyakalong stormwater system. There were deviations that were irregularly approved, and there were payments that were made to services where there is no evidence that the services were rendered. This matter was once at court, Chairperson, and later it was withdrawn for the purpose of gathering more evidence that was required and sourcing of the original documents. This has been attended to, Chairperson, and the matter very soon will also go back to court. And then the next matter talks to Free State Development Corporation, where the entity failed to collect the revenue that was due to the entity from the agent that was employed to collect the revenue on behalf of the entity. That was in contravention of Section 51(1)(b)(1) of the PFMA Act. The matter is also under investigation, and the amount involved is 109.2 million. The next four matters, Chairperson, also talks to the appointment and payment thereof to service providers who were employed by the Department of Human Settlements in Free State during the construction and or extension of sections in Tabong. The MIs relates to the amount paid by the department to the service providers as a result of the extension of the period that was granted. The extension came as a result of the strikes and the issues of the COVID-19, which delayed the operations. The contract between the department and the service providers allowed that an extension can be applied for when there are reasons that would have led to that which were beyond the control of the service providers. However, the extension did not mean that the amount involved or the amount due to the service providers will also be extended. So that's where the MIs come from. And then another issue on this one, Chairperson will find that the very same employees or entities would have benefited in the funds that were made available by the Department of Labor during the time of the COVID. So the four matters are also investigated together, and the amount involved is 9.9 million. The next one, Chairperson, is Kimberley matter. On the Kimberley matter, it talks to fraudulent, what you call invoices that were submitted and quotations that led to officials of the institution authorizing payments without identifying those possible instances of fraud. The matter is also under investigation. This involved the Northern Cape Urban Technical and Vocational Education and Training College. The next one, Chairperson, is a Mafeking matter that talks to the Department of Human Settlements. There were claims that were audited, and it was found that there was an overpayment of 6.7 million to the service provider. The matter is under investigation, though there is an indication that it has already been paid back to the department, but the investigation will be also done and concluded. The next one is Mafeking 306, and also on Mafeking, on this matter, it talks to Northwest Department of Local Government and Human Settlements. It is also about overpayment, and as a result of duplicate claims that were submitted by the service provider to an amount of 507,000 rand. And then we do have Garsfontein matter. Garsfontein matter is the matter that talks to the Department of Defense. The tender was for the supply of fuel. The advert talks to the supply through rail. However, during the process, it was changed to road. The AGSA found that there was some preferential treatment to the service provider that was appointed when the delivery mode was changed to road. The change of the delivery mode led to an increase in the amount that would have been paid by the department. And then we have got a Zastron matter, which is our last slide, Chairperson. It talks to the construction of the abstraction works on the Orange River and the equipment of 2 raw water pump stations. There is allegation that also there's suspicion that services that were not rendered were paid for to the prejudice of the department. The amount involved is 8.7 million, Chairperson. That was my last slide. Thanks so much, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, General Nkosi. To appreciate honourable members, we would then ask the SIU to present, and after their presentation, we will engage both presentations. So I do want to ask the delegation from the SIU, where I was not furnished with the names of the delegation and who is going to present. So if somebody could please go ahead and introduce your delegation and also then present. The same guidelines, please don't speak to every slide, and another important aspects of this matter, and then we'll follow engagement thereon. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Honourable Chair of the Committee on Auditor-General. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Let me greet the Minister of Police and the Deputy Minister of Police and honorable members of the committee. We appreciate this opportunity. I'm joined by the Chief Operating Officer of SIU, Mr. Lekgetho, who will do the presentation of the investigations after I've covered summarily the introductions, and also the Chief National Investigating Officer under whom these investigations are, or some national investigations are conducted, and the Chief Legal Counsel, who then oversees the civil litigation part. And I'm joined also by the Chief Stakeholder Relations and Communications, Mr. Khanyago. So, Honorable Chair, in line with your guide, so the pages 3 to 10, or slides 3 to 10, really deal with the background about the SIU, which the Honorable Committee is probably aware of. I just want to spend a half a minute on slide 10. Slide 10, please. Slide number 10, which is really about the outcomes and consequence management, because this is a very important part of the slide. I take that the honorable members have read through it. These are the outcomes that we seek to reach through all the investigations. And of importance is to note the systemic recommendations at the bottom. And the Auditor-General plays a very important role there, and we'll explain. But yes, civil litigation, disciplinary actions of officials, criminal evidence referrals to NPA. There's also regulatory referrals that we do, and of course also the blacklisting of those companies that find themselves in the wrong. So these are critical outcomes that we reach to ensure that we really implement consequence management. You can please go on to the ecosystem slide. I want to also just this one here. Just not to spend a lot of time on this. You'll see this is the ecosystem that we are indicating to the Honorable Committee. On the left-hand side is the investigating units in the country. And at the top, of course, is the prosecution. Then you've got the civil litigation asset recoveries, which is done by AFU, SARS, SIU, NPA. And then we've got the prevention part at the bottom, which up to now has been really disintegrated and uncoordinated, but we are coordinating it as you look on the left-hand side. The National Corruption Risk and Prevention Framework is in place, is going through the approval process, and that framework really articulates the role of the society, state and non-state parties. There's anti-corruption forums per sector, which we have put in place, and of importance is the role of the Auditor-General in that space. We have already engaged the AG on that part. Okay, you can go to slide, the next slide, really, slide on. Yeah, this slide, all the referrals by the Auditor-General are also subjected to this process, which ultimately culminates into a proclamation. Okay, you can proceed on. Proceed on, please. This is the secondment part. We'll not go through that. We haven't had a secondment between AG and SIU. And then the collaboration between AG and SIU. This is really just the background relating to the United Nations Convention. We won't go through that around the role of the likes of the AGSA. Slide number. You can really just go to the slide that makes material irregularity referrals. Yes, this slide here. This slide, you'll see that we've got an MOU. We've formalized our relation with the AGSA, where they make these referrals. Bullet point number 4, to date, there's been 19 material irregularity referrals. 3 were investigated under the existing proclamations. We didn't have to get a new proclamation for those. 9 of them, we processed them after they were referred, and we got proclamations to investigate. And then there's 7 applications of the referrals that were made by AG. 7 of those are still pending at the Department of Justice to be sent to the President for sign-off for proclamations. And we will then kick off the investigations. And then number 4 investigations have been finalized. So Mr. Lekgetho will take us through that. Next slide. The next slide really just mentions the state institutions, which those MIs referred to, National Treasury, Umgeni, Chris Hani, and so on. The investigation slide will indicate the status of the investigations. These are really the continuation of the state institutions and the motivations issued. Right, now the overview of the proclamations is really almost just a repeat of state institutions and proclamations, and then the status of the investigation. Mr. Lekgetho, you can come in. Slide 24 to 34 deals with the investigations and status thereof. Please take note of what the Honorable Chair has said. They've read the report, focus on the focus of the investigations, the allegations, the values, and outcomes. Please. Thank you.
No, thanks, Advocate, and let me also thank the Honorable Chair and the Honorable members, and also greetings to the Minister and the Deputy Ministers and everybody in the platform. I will be giving the status of the investigation. The first investigation, which was referred from the AGSA, it's the one which relates to Chris Hani District Municipality. There, the allegation was that it was alleged that there was no proper supply chain management process which were followed with the appointment of Maluti engineer in terms of that tender number there. And in terms of this investigation has been put on hold because we have amended the proclamation so that it can cover the exact allegation in terms of what is given here. So we have put it on hold while we are waiting for the amendment of the proclamation. The next one is the Department of Defense, where the allegation relates to the alleged irregular procurement and the contracting for inventory verification and continuous asset verification, and also the supply and delivery, installation and commission of an asset management system by the department and a South African national government entity responsible for overseeing the Department of Defense. In terms of the focus area on this matter, we are looking at the procurement process, which was followed, and the value is 461 million of the contract. Then the second one, we are got focus area number 2, where we are looking at also the procurement on the contract executed by PwC, which was about 662 and was paid by the Department of Defense to PwC. In terms of this investigation, it's still ongoing, and we aim to finalize it by 31st of December, so there are no outcome at this stage. The next one is in Mpumalanga, where we're looking at irregular payments that have been made for items that could not be verified based on site inspection and comparison of the initial and new bill of quantity. And also there was change in scope and inconsistency were noted between initial bill of quantity that could not be explained by the department. And also looking at the irregularity in the procurement process relating to the appointment of the contract and consulting engineer. Then in terms of the focus area, we are looking at analysis process that was followed in the procurement process, and also looking at the scope, the requirements, and the project delivery. We are also looking at the analysis of payments that was made, and also want to identify any irregularities that was conducted by any employee, official, or the entity or the service provider. This investigation also has been proclaimed this year, And so far, there hasn't been any outcome. The investigation is still ongoing, and we aim to finalize it by 31st of December. The next one is the proclamation relating to SITA, where Proclamation 258 of 2025 specifically mandate the SIU to conduct investigation into the affair of SITA as set out in the schedule, where we are looking at the establishment of a 10-key software assessment management solution, as well as integrated logistics support and advisory service for a period of 36 months. There also, in terms of the focus area, we're looking at a tender irregularity, non-compliance with regulation, financial losses, where we're looking for the value for money, and we're also looking at any irregularity or unlawful or improper conduct by any official or service provider. This one also was issued, the proclamation was issued in this year, and the investigation is still ongoing, and we aim to finalize it by 31st of December 2025. The next one is Chris Hani. You'll note that we've got two Chris Hani. This one, we are looking at manual audit at the municipality for the year 2021/2022 financial year. The AGSA identified material irregularity at the municipality relating to the appointment of new lead pipe and value-added tax compliance review and a recovery service provider for the period of 3 years. So the focus area here also, we are looking at the procurement process and also determining the role player by various government structure that was tasked to oversee the accountability within the municipal fund, and also looking at determining the role player by Phumelele local municipality, which is situated in the Free State, because this contract was a piggyback, which was Regulation 32, whereby they piggyback into the contract which was in the Free State at the Phumelela local municipality. And therefore, we're looking also at the payments that was made in relation to the contract. The investigation is still ongoing, and we also aim to finalize it by the 31st of January 2026. This is also a new proclamation which was issued this year. The next one is JB Marks local municipality, which is at the Northwest. There we're looking at the procurement and contracting for goods and services on behalf of municipality, as it was previously known as Tlokwe local municipality. Then we are looking at the construction of the flatline canal next to the N12 provincial road and Ikageng extension 11 and the payments that was made thereof. In terms of finding on this investigation, we have identified the irregularity in the administration and extension of the construction of the flatline canal. And we also identified failure to comply with the MFMA and applicable policy and legislation. And there was also unauthorized and irregular or fruitless and wasteful expenditure that we've identified. In terms of the outcome of this investigation, investigation is ongoing in terms of the civil litigation. The team is still preparing, and we are in the process of referring this matter for civil litigation. Then in terms of disciplinary, also the investigation is still ongoing. We have identified potential disciplinary, and they will be referred in due course. Also, in terms of the criminal referrals, we're still busy with them, and we aim to finalize the investigation on 31st of December 2025. The next one is a Free State, whereby we're looking at the investigation focus on the following allegations: serious maladministration and the cause of such maladministration in connection with the affair of the Office of the Premier. So this matter relates to Free State Office of the Premier. And also we're looking at the approval, allocation, or payment in respect of bursaries, including travel, student accommodation, stipends to persons who were not entitled thereof or contrary to applicable policy, procedure, and prescript. And we're also looking at some of the red flags which were identified by the AGSA. And in terms of the focus area, those are the focus area, primarily looking at the extension of the bursary to the deceased person, request for approval of exorbitant scholarship, awarding of bursary to student, and awarding of bursary to government official, and also awarding of bursary to 13 students who were director or registered member of NTT. And also we're looking at payments of stipend to students and also accommodation. And also we're looking at the unlawful, improper, and irregular contact by the official at the office of the Premier who were implicated in the bursary scheme. In terms of the findings so far, the following preliminary finding has been made that some applicants submitted contract form after the closing date, and some application form were not signed by the responsible manager. Some students failed some of their modules during the studies, but bursary contracts were never terminated. Some applicant bursary received bursary for qualification that were not part of the work skill plan. And in some instances, the required process were not followed prior to the approval of bursary. An official source and received credit refund from the higher institution that were not properly authorized, and non-qualifying students were awarded bursary. For example, foreign nationals were awarded, and also full-time government employees were awarded bursaries. Then in terms of the outcome, we have signed 11 acknowledgement of debts to the value of 1 million, which were signed with the student that we have identified that they did not qualify for bursaries. In terms of acknowledgement of debt, it's a process where we come to the member and say, you have received a bursary, you are not supposed to receive bursary, therefore you need to pay back the money. Then the official will say, okay, let's make a plan so that I can pay. Then we make them to sign and commit that they're going to pay back the money. So currently some of them are paying that money. And we have done 7 memorandum of agreement, which were signed with learning institution to pay back 6.4 million. Because some of this money were paid to those institutions whereby students did not go and register. And we have made 7 referrals to National Prosecuting Authority in relation to criminality that we have identified out of this process. And there's 8 disciplinary referrals that we have referred to the Office of the Premier, where they need to take action against the officials that are implicated. And therefore, we have closed so far 67 investigations out of this matter. In terms of the observation, what we have seen, particularly on this investigation, is that the investigation is ongoing, that official from the Office of the Premier flouted the internal process, and in other instances, it has been observed that applicants submitted contract form after the closing date. Then it was also observed that official manipulated the application system in order to be able to register passport SID number, particularly for the foreigners, so that they can able to qualify for this. So these are the outcomes that I've already indicated: 11 AOD, 7 memorandum of understanding, 8 disciplinary referrals, and 7 NPA, and 6 memorandum of closure. Then in terms of the finalized matters, so these are the matters where we have finalized the investigation. The first one is Amajuba District Municipality, where the alleged irregularity was the procurement of the service provider for the construction of a reinforced concrete reservoir. There, in terms of the finding, we have found that there was non-compliance with legislative SEM prescript and Municipal System Act. In terms of the outcome, we have referred three disciplinary referrals to the municipality, and 1 systemic referrals was submitted to the municipality so that they can consider and implement those systemic recommendations so that they can prevent whatever irregularity that happened. And in most instances, documents could not be located from the municipality because of poor record keeping. Then in terms of the systemic recommendation, I think one of the major systemic is the record keeping, because we could not find any record out of this this municipality, and also the application of the SCM process, where they need to make sure that they follow the supply chain management, and also for them to train the SCM official so that they can able to comply with the SCM process. So I'm just going to skip the other one from KwaZulu-Natal, that's Umgeni, where we're looking at the payments for consultancy service, not received, and invalid payments for security services. So in terms of the findings, we have found the commission of an offense of fraud and corruption, that is contravention of section 3 and 4 and 13 of the prevention and combating of corrupt activity. And we'll also find collusion between service provider and Umgeni Water official. And there was manipulation of the tender procurement process and the contract participation goal program. And we also find irregularity in terms of the SEM process. In terms of the outcome, civil litigation, none, we couldn't find anything. Umgeni had already commenced with the civil litigation in respect of the matter prior to the SIU coming to investigate. We have referred 2 disciplinary referrals to the Umgeni Water, and we have also referred 15 referrals submitted to the National Prosecuting Authority relating to criminal activity that we have identified. In terms of administrative referrals, we have referred 15 referrals with recommendation to place the entities and directors on the institution vendors list of defaulters and on National Treasury database. And we have made 1 systemic referrals to the Umgeni Water so that they can implement and make sure that whatever happened does not happen again. In terms of observation on this one, Umgeni Water has not maintained any control of the CPG partners in their contract, and this has been manipulated by official and service provider. Systemic recommendation, I think it all goes the same again. There's an issue of contract management whereby they need to make sure that the legal department vet their contract. There's also issue of documents management, and there are also payment and supporting documents which needs to be attached whenever they summarize, they make payments. In terms of the outcome, disciplinary referrals for administrative action 16, referrals for criminality is 15, and number of investigation closed, there is 2, and we have submitted the report on this matter. The next one is Nakamudiri Mulema, which was also finalized, and this one was relating to the PPE, that is COVID, where we're looking at the irregular procurement of the PPE, work generators, and water-related material by Nakamudiri Mulema. Then in terms of the outcome, suppliers were found to have inflated the price of the PPE and generators, and there were irregularity in the awarding of the contract to service provider, and service provider submitted the fraudulent TLB log sheet. The outcome is that there's 1 civil litigation that we have referred to the value of 25 million, where we say the contract was awarded irregularly and at inflated price. And there's 9 disciplinary referrals that we have submitted, and there's 4 criminal referrals that we have submitted. In terms of the observation, the municipality does not comply with the Municipal Finance Management Act, and the SCM process is not functional. The municipality does not have signed delegation of authority, and the municipality has been operating without legal manager for over 2 years. Then in terms of the systemic poor record keeping, they finalized that the delegation of authority has not been approved and complied with, and the SCM policy be in line with the relevant legal prescript, and the municipality recruit and fill the critical position, that is the director of legal. In terms of the summary of outcome, those are the 9 referrals for disciplinary action and 4 referrals for criminal referrals, and 4 investigation were closed, and we've got 1 matter with civil litigation to the value of 25 million. Then in terms of the proclamation 4 of 2020 as amended by 40 of 2020, this one relates to National Treasury, where we look at the IFMS contract, where we investigate certain allegation of improper in connection with the affair of the National Treasury pertaining to the procurement or contracting of integrated financial management system by the National Treasury. In terms of the finding, the SIU established that prior to advertising the RFP for that software, which was Oracle, Oracle was in contact with senior official from CETA and National Treasury, and Oracle received information regarding the IFMS project before and the financial implication during the evaluation process, and there was leaking of information which impacted on the integrity of the tender process. Then in terms of the outcome, we have referred 2 disciplinary referrals to National Treasury and 1 blacklisting referrals. 5 criminal referrals have been referred to National Prosecuting Authority, and there's several matters that we have referred whereby the state attorney has been requested to brief council to consider the review and set aside the contract relating to the IFMS, which is to the value of 822 million. Then those are the systemic recommendations that we have referred, so I'm not going to go through them. So those are the summary of outcome. I've already indicated them. Two referrals for DC and 1 administrative action referral for blacklisting, and 5 criminal referrals and 1 civil matter to the value of 822 million. In terms of the prevention and awareness, then I'll hand over to Advocate to take from here. Thank you, Advocate.
Thank you, Mr. Lekgetho. Honorable Chair, we won't take further time. The rest of the slides, from slide 66, although they deal with a very important aspect of anti-corruption program in the country, because of the time, the honorable members would have read through that. But it's very important to note that the focus going forward really is going to be on the prevention, right? So all of these slides that the honorable members would have read seek to implement prevention measures, inclusion of state and non-state parties in the fight against corruption. So we have culminated into the development of a national corruption risk management and prevention framework, which is in the process of being considered and will be considered by Cabinet ultimately as part of implementing the National Anti-Corruption Strategy. So I will not go through all the slides. It's quite an amount of slides, but it's really for information for the Honorable Committee. Again, it's important to note the role of the Auditor-General in this space of preventing. So as I close, the investigations, Honorable Chair, you'll see that the main exposure in government, even on the slides presented by our colleagues from DPCI, the main exposure is around procurement. And really, it's important for the country, National Treasury in particular. We know that they've sent out the public procurement legislation. We continue to contribute there based on the experiences we have gained from our investigations on really how to close and mitigate the exposure. Of importance, some investigations are still ongoing, some are closed, but we really require to monitor the consequence management, right? Holding all those to account, recovering the monies, and criminal investigations and prosecutions, and the implementation of systemic recommendation. Part of the prevention work is to zoom into the systemic investigations, look at where the system is weak to prevent the measures. Now, of importance, again, the Auditor-General plays a very important role in terms of making sure that all of these systemic recommendations we've made, those are included or should be included in the audit plans of these state institutions so that they can monitor whether the controls are being put in place to prevent the recurrence. And that will help that if there are repeat findings on these issues, then obviously action has to happen. The consequence management has to happen on all those who have caused repeat findings. I mean, an example, you see, the Umgeni water, for example, just as a water sector example, right? All of those failures would ultimately have resulted into failure of service delivery into the provision of water elsewhere, right? So for me, it's really, really so important to really ensure that, you know, the system improves. The IFMS matter, which has attracted so much public interest as well. Honorable Chair, you would have seen that recently the proclamation was amended to include the Department of Public Service and Administration and to include CETA, right? So the investigation is still going to look at those areas so that we know what failures happened at DPSA and SETA and come up with the recommendations. Thank you for the time. We really appreciate that, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Advocate. That's very valuable, both presentations, and thank you very much. I think we're all on the same wavelength with regards to the importance of consequence management, but also at the same time preventing and prevention. And thank you for highlighting that. Honourable members, I would like to give you opportunity to engage on these two presentations. So you're most welcome. Please indicate with your hands. Honourable Subrati, I see you first. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. And let me greet the Honourable Minister of Police, as well as the Deputy Minister. Let me also greet, I see AGSA has joined. I was actually looking on the attendees to see if AG is here. I see AG is here. Let me also greet AGSA. Let me also greet the members of the two entities that have present. Let me also greet Honorable Velakazi and Honorable Mare, our new members. Chairperson, I welcome the presentation. And as we were preparing for this engagement, I tried to understand the context of the two entities, DPCI and SIU, being here. And my understanding is that the Public Audit Amendment Act has given a responsibility through the MI provisions for the AG has given the AG additional additional clout and additional powers to really call out, quantify, and try and collect funds that have been spent, irregularly spent, etc. And where the AG is unable to collect those, it's outside her mandate, then it gets referred to other law enforcement agencies such as DPCI and SIU. So they get involved. And that's how I managed to understand the mandate, because we have to be very careful in terms of, as the SCOAG, what is our mandate of engagement in this year. So therefore, I see the two entities that have come before us here as an extension where the AG is unable to achieve its objective of collecting the funds, and it will hand over to these entities. So maybe my starting question would be, I think, to both entities, would be maybe to start with is that what is the period of the presentation we're covering? I did hear from the DPCI, it's from the 1st to now, so maybe what is the period? And then maybe the question is, AG is on here, the feedback, especially the recommendation, what is the level of, because part of us and our task is really to cement the interoperability of the AGSA with other stakeholders. So maybe what is the relationship surrounding the feedback loops and the report back mechanisms between these two entities and AGSA, and how frequent and often is that happening? And what format is it happening, given the fact that we are operating in a highly digital age? Is there a platform, a digital platform, where all this information is being loaded? And is there someone on the AGSA side who's picking up? So there's this constant communication, rather than there being just this communication when it's called for by SCOAG, and I'm sure that's not the case. I'm sure, as I think the member from SIU advocate mentioned, that these recommendations have been communicated to AGSA. So maybe my question is, what is the system in place for that ongoing communication? And maybe on that matter as well, then I would imagine I'm more interested in how often do they communicate in terms of the feedback, report back on cases? And then what is the feedback in terms of the recommendations? I think that both will go in together. There was an instance in DPCI where one particular matter was withdrawn. And maybe my question to that would be, and I'm really talking, and my colleagues will engage the cases maybe, but I really want to talk around about the systemic processes in place. When a case is withdrawn, what is the process that underlying that decision to withdraw? Given the fact that we need to ensure that cases are withdrawn after being properly adjudicated and checked. So I think for DPCI, there was a case that was withdrawn, and that's what prompted me to ask that question there. And are there any timelines that are set for finalization of these cases? And how do you, and I think both entities, how do you hold yourselves accountable for the finalization of these cases? Or maybe put it this way, the expedient finalization of these cases, that it just does not drag on. And maybe AGSA, so where's the checks and balances in these matters, given the fact that we all are working hard and we're trying to fix the country, but there has to be checks and balances in terms of accountability, in terms of holding ourselves accountable to a time frame. So I really like to understand that there. And maybe an additional question would be, there's no such thing as a free lunch. So maybe how are these entities funded? I mean, we know that the AGSA is funded through audit fees that it levies to the various entities, and that's how it sustained itself. How are these entities funded, particularly, I'm only interested in the matters referred by the AGSA. Is there a service fee that's recommended? Is there a fee per hour spent? What is the modus of funding the work that is handed out, is passed on? And maybe a question for DPI was, I noted that DPI, another question is that, and I think my colleagues from would also be engaging it, maybe on DPI or DPCI, sorry, on slide 3, my question on that would be, have you identified specific bottlenecks that cause delays in finalizing investigations? And how do you plan to address these inefficiencies? Chairperson, can you confirm, am I still on the call? Oh, yes, I am. Thank you. Okay. And then there's another question for DPCI. Explain this 19.7 million submitted for decisions. Decision of what and who? And how does one wait for that decision to be finalized before you can proceed? So that's my question. Submitted for decision, by who, for what, and how long do we wait before we move on with the investigation? My simplistic understanding there is a decision whether we should proceed or not. That's how I captured it. But by who and how soon would it be finalized? Some questions may be a bit more specific for SIU. Maybe a question, what defines whether a matter is referred to DPCI or SIU? Anybody can take that question. There was a mention that the MOU was finalized in July 2025. My question is, why so late? We've seen, I think, in the proclamation of 2020, an MOU started in 2022. I saw a proclamation of 2020. So I'm in a bit of a conundrum. Why so late was the MOU finalized, updated, finalized? Maybe just take us into confidence in terms of, would that have affected the ability to process cases sooner than July 2025? That's really what I'm concerned about. Was that a bottleneck preventing the expedient processing of cases? And maybe lastly, I think I had a question on the history of successes. I know on SIU's case side, there were 19 cases and 4 have been finalized. But at a high level, unlike the DPCI presentation, we got a sense of what was the total value of cases being managed by DPCI. I didn't see the aggregate figures that SIU is managing, except that it's substantial amount. I remember seeing one contract was, I think it was for CETA, 822 million. So there's substantial figures. Maybe if SIU can give us, in the context only of AGSA, because that's really where our interest lies, in terms of the matters referred by AGSA, what is the value of the cases referred? What are the value of those that are pending and the value of those finalized? So we can just get a bird's eye view of what you are managing for AGSA. Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Subrati, and also thank you for alerting us to the presence of the AG. That was my oversight. I did not see that she is on the platform. You are most welcome, AG, and sorry for my oversight. Honorable Mofokeng and then Honorable Vilikazi. Honorable Mofokeng.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and apologies for the confusion. I am present in the meeting, Chairperson. And good morning to the Honorable members, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister of Police, Auditor-General, and DPCI and SIU. Chairperson, on the first presentation, I have 3 questions. My first one will be on slide 4. Given the repeated involvement of certain departments and municipalities in material irregularities, I would like to know what systemic reforms or interventions are being implemented to prevent similar recurrence. Then my second one is on slide 5. With over 429 million under investigations and only 2
Mofokeng, we are losing you. I think your signal is bad. If you can just move somewhere where you have better signal and try again. Honorable Mofokeng, can you hear us? I think we're losing Honorable Mofokeng. Let's move on, and if she can hear us, please try to get to a place with better signal, and then I'll give you an opportunity later. Let's move to Honorable Vilikazi then.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Good morning to everyone on the call. And firstly, just to acknowledge you, Chair, the Police Minister, and congratulations on your appointment, the Acting Police Minister, and everybody else on the call. Advocate Motibi, it's a pleasure to see you. Since I last saw you when you were presenting to the Portfolio Committee on Communications, which I used to be a member of. It's a pleasure for me to be a member of this committee. On that note, some of the questions I'll ask might seem naive or ignorant. This is my first meeting, so please excuse me in advance if that is the case. But I had 3 questions for the Auditor General's office. What I'm curious to find out is, I see that the majority of the cases are from municipalities. Are there no cases from SOCs that are being investigated by either of these 2 investigative units? Or does that mean there aren't any cases, or are we not looking at those for purposes of this meeting? I also just wanted to check with the Office of the AG. What does the office need in order to be able to do its work better and be able to refer? Maybe there could be more cases that need to be referred in this way. The other point also regarding the AG is that many of these are failures of internal controls, and we've heard even of absence of record keeping. What has the AG itself found to be the biggest cause of these failures? And what is the solution? And I wish also to find out, is there progress as far as the AG's office is concerned in implementing its proposed solutions or recommendations within these entities? And then moving on to the investigative units, these questions apply to both the SIU and the DCPI. The AG does its audits and then recommends investigations by the 2 units. I wonder, are the Hawks and the SIU, are they satisfied with the quality of referrals from the AG? The Honorable Subrathi wanted to find out about hindrances to investigations. Does it happen that sometimes it's just the fact that the AG presented a weak case, or are the entities, the investigators, satisfied with the quality of referrals? What is the biggest challenge in bringing cases to conclusion? Again, the Honorable Subrathi asked this in a way. I'm just going to ask it in this way. What's the biggest challenge in bringing cases to conclusion? And also, it appears to me that there seems to be a small number of cases actually compared to the scale of fraud and corruption, as well as UFIW that is reported in the media on an ongoing basis. So besides cases from the AG, what is the caseload of the SIU and the DCPI? What is the total amount under investigation? I realize that sometimes the amounts are not clear, but what is the ballpark? And is there sufficient capacity within the investigative units now, the SIU and DCPI, to follow up and especially prevent? Again, Advocate Motibi, you said prevention is key, which is pleasing to see. I wonder, what is the time frame for the approval of this prevention framework you referred to, and also the time frame until the framework can then be implemented? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Gachaba, and then Honourable Murray.
Thank you, Chairperson, for affording me this opportunity so that I can interact with the report. And to you, Chair, the Minister, the Deputy Ministers, Honourable MPs, Office of the AG, the DPCI, the SIU, and all the support staff, let me say good morning to you. I have a few questions. I think it's 3, if not 4, and which I'll go straight to ask according to the first presentation done by the DPCI. The first one is on provisional withdrawals, which is slide 7, or let me rather say it's page 7. In case like Machabeng municipality, a stormwater project, what safeguards are in place to prevent investigation from being withdrawn due to incomplete evidence or poor planning? The other one is on the misuse of employee contribution, which is on slide 8. What accountability measures are being taken against municipal officials who misuse employees' pension contributions, and how they affected employees to be compensated for their loss? The last question, Chair, it's on page 17 and page 20, or let me rather say the slide 9, which talks about the fraudulent procurement practices. What steps are taken to ensure that procurement processes across departments, such as education and defense, are transparent, competitive, and free from manipulation? Chairperson, I'm just mentioning the 2 as reflected on the report, but the same actions are taking place in let me say in all departments or all other departments. Thank you, Chair, for the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Murray.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will start off and say thank you so much for the welcoming at the committee. It's our first time around. Thank you so much. Thank you for the 2 presentations. It's quite interesting, I must say. I've got only be very crisp. One is a remark, and to say that the devil in everything starts with the procurement department and any sphere of government. And yes, the appointments of staff in that department, I always say, is the most important in every sphere of government. My question would be very short and crisp. all this hard work could be done as reflected in the reports, who's ultimately responsible to actually oversee that the implementation of what is recommended must has done or will be done? Because at the end of the day, if all this work is done thoroughly and the implementation of the recommendations doesn't see the light to what must be done, then there's no use in doing this very hard work they've done by the two departments. That's my straight question. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Murray, for that. Let me then ask Honourable Mofokeng, are you in a better position that you can continue?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Member. You can continue.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Chair, my first one is on slide 4. Given the repeated involvement of certain departments and municipalities in material irregularities, I would like to know what systemic reforms or interventions are being implemented to prevent similar recurrence. And also on slide number 5, on high financial losses, with over 429 million under investigation and only 251,770 rand seized, what innovative recovery mechanisms are being employed to ensure stolen or misused public funds are recovered promptly? My last one is on slide number 6, which is weak internal controls. I would like to know, Chair, how does the DPCI plan to work with implicated entities such as SASSA and Postbank to strengthen internal controls and prevent the theft of beneficiary cards and fraudulent transactions? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mofokeng. Let me give Honourable Mwale an opportunity.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I have 2 questions. Firstly, I would like to make a recommendation, not a recommendation actually, just to appreciate the work that has been done by the DPCI and SIU. Chair, I would appreciate that this work also gets to be shared with the public to build confidence, more especially for an institution or like AG, which then audits to build public confidence. Really, if such progress and such investigations has happened or has been conducted and recoveries have been achieved on some, prosecutions have been achieved on some, I would wish that this to be shared in as much as possible with the public so that they can get confidence as to the work of these units and others that are responsible for these investigations, because really the public has reached a point where they feel even if these issues are raised, but they never going to be investigated and no one would get to be brought to book. So really, I appreciate the work that has been done, and I would really appreciate if more publicity can be achieved or more engagement with the public as to the work that has been done by these 2 units. And number 2, I wanted to ask a question, but I was covered a little bit by Honorable Sobriety on the differentiation as to which ones go to DPCI, which one goes to SIU, the referrals, like what determination is used by the AG when referring these matters on these 2 units, because I know some matters are referred to the public protector and other organs of the state. So I want to know really what are the what would be the measure that is used by AG to determine which organ of state will be the matter referred to. That will be my contribution, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mwale, and also thank you for representing the committee on the oversight, joint oversight by Portfolio Committee of COCTA and SCOPA, and also the committee staff that is there. Thank you for your effort in that regard and representing the committee, and we look forward to your reporting back on these oversight visits that you have participated in. I am also covered, I think what stood out for me was the delay in certain investigations. If I, for instance, refer to the Free State Development Corporation matter, that matter was referred on in 2021, and the investigation is still ongoing. That's more than 4 years later. And the Honorable Sugrati and the Honorable Velikasi touched on that and the questions regarding what causes these delays in investigations. I think we do appreciate the fact that this environment and the nature of these matters is of such a nature that investigations are complicated, takes a lot of time. And I think there I also want to just reiterate the question by the Honorable Velikasi that's valid in terms of the evidential documentation and the start of the investigation. If the referral and the evidence that is referred, if that is sufficient and assists the institutions or the entities to conduct these complicated investigations easier. So I just want to add that and ask that. I am going to give the SIU the first opportunity to respond, because I do know that they are pressed for time and did indicate that they have to leave. So Advocate, you are most welcome to start and answer the questions, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and we really appreciate the indulgence. There is a Water Sector Anti-Corruption Forum going on, which I usually chair, but I've asked a colleague to continue so that we can appear at this honorable committee, and we will do so until we are excused by the committee. Honorable Subrati, thank you very much for the questions. Firstly, in terms of the period, you'll probably see that the period extends back to 2020, and some of those referrals relating to the PPE irregularities, and those have since been finalized. So it's 2020 to date. And the only matters that are still ongoing are the matters that has been proclaimed in this year. So by law, SIU kicks off the investigation through a proclamation. But we have seen that the proclamations are really been processed quickly of late, and we were able to finalize the investigations. We do share the view, and I have impressed it on our teams here, that we need to turn around the investigations speedily, because the longer the investigations stay, they delay the consequences management that would result out of the investigations. And empirical evidence has shown that where there is no consequence management, there is perpetuation of impunity. So we don't want to contribute to the perpetuation of impunity. So we've got it clearly spelled out to the investigating teams in terms of the various categories of investigations. What are the timelines to conclude investigations? The funding of the entities, in terms of the legislation regulating the business of SIU, we receive the funding from Parliament, of course, through the Department of Justice, but we also, in terms of our legislation, we also charge fees for our investigations. Now, in this regard, where the AG would have referred matters, for example, let's say Umgeni water, as an example. So the proclamation would read that SIU is authorized to investigate the affairs of Umgeni water, right? So in terms of the law, we will then levy the fees, the investigation fees, to Umgeni water. So that's really how it works. The state institution on whom the proclamation applies, they are the ones that are required to pay. But of course, we've got thank you. We've got issues that we have raised around the fundings and the funding model and so on. But those are being attended to. In terms of the MOU, Honorable Subrati, you'll see in our slide, we're actually saying we concluded the MOU back in 2022, but already the referrals were made. So the 2025 one was really an improvement, of the MOU. So it wasn't only concluded in 2025. And then Honorable Vilagazi, thank you for the acknowledgement. We, from our side, from the records we have seen, or we have, there hasn't really been referrals on relating to SOEs, and we will probably just go back and recheck the 7 proclamations that are pending with the Department of Justice, and then we can reconfirm to the Honorable Committee in writing. But we haven't had specific referrals on SOEs. We do have various investigations relating to state-owned entities. Well, perhaps in this regard, CETA, for example, is a state-owned entity. Perhaps that's the example we can at least have in this case. But we have various investigations that we are doing at almost all the SOEs under various proclamations. But the allegations would have come to SIU through other whistleblowers and channels. What does the AGSA need to do the work? Well, that's for AGSA. Oh yes, the referrals. Are the referrals sufficient enough to enable quick investigations? The referrals are made, sort of similarly. The AG would really indicate that this is what we have found, and there's a need to investigate. Now, there's a process that I indicated when I started to present, that we subject sort of every referral to a governance process that determines whether there's a basis to investigate. And we've found in all instances that have been referred that there is a basis to investigate. Of course, the evidence at that stage may not be sufficient to conclude and make findings. And that is why there would be a need for a full-scale investigation that would bring out all those findings, whether criminal evidence or civil litigation required, or disciplinary or any other regulatory actions required. And then what is the biggest challenge? Finalizing cases. We have mentioned some of the areas that we have picked up, but in the main is really document management and document discovery process. This is the problem that afflicts government across. And in fact, as SIU will probably be making substantive systemic recommendations to National Treasury, possibly as the custodians of governance in country, so that there should be a relook really on how state institutions store or preserve documents. There are legislative requirements in terms of how long documents should be kept and so on. But some of those legislative requirements are shorter than the dates referred to by whistleblowers, or some of the dates that are probably covered, by audit cycles. So there is a huge challenge, honorable members, in terms of document management in government. In terms of capacity, currently we do have the capacity to execute on the investigations that we have, but of course, the investigating teams have identified improvements that are required. They come to me often and say, if we don't get those resources, those investigations will be delayed and so on. So generally, there is a percentage improvement required on capacity, but at the moment, the teams are really doing their best to execute, and that's why we can see some of the results. Honorable Vilakazi, the last question, I think, and really thank you for that question on the approval process of the National Corruption Risk Management and Prevention Framework. As you can see in the presentation we have indicated, I think the last slide indicates the process we followed. We've even gone to the FOSAT, which is the Directors-General Forum. From there, it will go to the JCPS of ministers, and then it will go to cabinet. So we are targeting the next JCPS of ministers meeting, and then it should really be processed to cabinet, which I see that happening probably in the next quarter. This process should be finalized because it's such a big requirement to coordinate the prevention, maladministration, malpractice, corruption prevention across state institutions. We have shared the framework with the Auditor-General, and we are really pleased that they went through it. They gave us substantive comments, and we look forward to their critical role in the prevention space. Responsible. Oh yes, Honorable Mare, the question that I would respond to is another, obviously, a very, very telling question, that if we don't implement all these recommendations, again, it's failure of consequence management, and again, contributing to impunity and so on. So if the recommendations are not implemented, it will really create that problem. Now, from our side, this question has been raised, often, and almost 3 or so years back, the presidency came in. Presidency came in as a result of this question raised, even raised by SCOPA, on how is it that the implementation of recommendations by SIU are monitored. So there is now a mechanism at the presidency. And why the presidency is because the reports that we conclude, at the conclusion of the investigations, the reports are sent to the president. So in a way, he's the sort of the custodian of the reports, and then they've taken it upon themselves to create this mechanism to monitor. It's already underway. In fact, on the 16th of September, presidency has been called by SCOPA to come and account and say, how is this mechanism effective in monitoring the recommendations? We are pleased about that. State institutions are aware about that, and they are giving feedback to the presidency on how far they are in recommending, in implementing the the recommendations. Yes, I really appreciate the last question raised by the honorable member. I just and apologies that I don't recall the name, but really the communication part is very critical. And as SIU, and I'm sure our colleagues at DPCI are doing the same, it is very important that this part, or generally really the outcomes of our investigations, are communicated to the public. Mr. Khanyago is in the room. Him and his team, at least at SIU level, they are really hard at work in ensuring that the public is informed at the inception of the proclamation or the investigation, and also at the outcomes. You know, so on these ones, perhaps there's an opportunity for us and DPCI and all those that are related to really conjure a communication, or of course including the AGSA, or the communicators could probably chat and say, you know, how is it that we make this visible, you know, to the public? So I will really suggest to my colleagues that that we consider that, and then we can sort of report at the next appraisal. Which ones go to SIU? I think this was for the AGSA, the referral mechanism. What the other one? Delay in certain investigations. I think those are the questions that really related directly to SIU. In terms of the values, yes. In terms of the values of the investigations, and we're really mindful that in certain investigations we didn't mention the values. We will consolidate and send it to the honorable committee. We'll send it by next week, say Wednesday. Just an overall value of all the investigations we are doing based on the referrals by the AGSA. But as correctly noted, on the CETA, we're dealing with a contract to the value of 822 million. Department of Defense, we're dealing with contracts valued to 1.5 billion, yes. So just only the two is 2.3 billion. So we will add on the others and submit a comprehensive report. Thank you very much. That was the response. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Advocate. We appreciate your comprehensive responses. It is appreciated. I'm going to give the Honourable Ligagaba just an opportunity for a follow-up question to you, and then we'll move over to the other entity. Honourable Ligagaba.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's not a follow-up question, but you'll remember on my previous questions directed to DPCI, I've asked something about regarding the defense and education. So on Proclamation 239 of 2025, the presentation, the SIU presentation mentions that the Department of Defense procurement process for contracts worth 922 million and 662 million lacks findings so far, despite significant allegations of irregularities. Has there any other consequences management for those responsible? If not, why? My last question is on Proclamation 256 of 2025. The investigation into VAT compliance irregularities is ongoing, according to your presentation, but the role of the governance structure tasked with overseeing municipal funds remain unclear. At what point does SARS get involved, if at all? Thank you, Chair, for this time.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I'm allowing it because of the time constraints that the SIU is under. So I'm going to give opportunity for brief follow-up questions so that we can release Advocate so that he can attend to his obligations at the Water Summit. Honourable Mofokeng and then Honourable Mwale, followed by Honourable Subrati. Honourable Mofokeng.
Thank you, Chairperson. My follow-up question is on Proclamation 123 of 2023. The bursary scheme managed by the Office of the Premier show multiple instances of maladministration, including awarding bursaries to non-qualified individuals and extending contracts beyond their original terms. I would like to know, Chair, if is the Premier aware and what is the Premier's take on the matter? Why do systemic challenges still persist? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mofokeng. Honourable Mwale.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Quick one. I wanted to mention the issue of municipalities that are withholding pension funds, but they're not paying them to the fund. I saw from the DPCI that there are some that are investigated. But from this joint oversight with COGTA, we saw all the municipalities in the Free State. Some of the municipalities, I saw Mohorokare is being investigated there, but there's more municipalities in that province that are withholding the pension funds, but they're not paying them over to the fund. And I saw a similar practice in the Northwest. Some of the municipalities are owing the pension fund and the employees cannot take retirement because they are being owed. But the municipality owes the fund, and also the municipality cannot pay the retirement to the employees. So I would really appreciate that AG raises or refers all these matters to DPCI to be investigated, and those responsible must be charged. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mwale. I saw Honourable Subrati. Honourable Subrati.
Yes, thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Chairperson, maybe let me just note that one of the areas that I'm quite concerned about is the communication between these two entities, SIU and DPCI, and the AG's office on matters referred. Because part of our responsibility as COAG is to ensure that is a strong communication, and I didn't see that being responded to. And I'm sure AG, when she does come on, she will give us some comfort that there is an established. Otherwise, all this hard work, all these recommendations, if there's no communication, I didn't see Advocate respond to that level of communication. So I'm just going to park that off. I'm just curious to know, you don't need to respond, Advocate. Are the entities paying you your fee? You brought a smile to my face, but I'll be keen to understand that. And maybe a question for AG would be, it's a team talk, is for Teams SA. Should AG be referring sooner than later, so that the chances of recovery, the chances of investigative success is greater if the matter is referred to sooner? We all know that the recovery of their debt is generally increased if it's handed over sooner than later. So maybe that's a question. And maybe one pointed question, and I'm concerned about the leaking of sensitive information during the National Treasury's tender process clearly undermines the integrity of the procurement process. Yet, systemic recommendations to prevent such occurrences are still being developed. Clearly, this is worrisome to me. Perhaps the AGSA can provide some wisdom or recommendations going forward on how this can be avoided. What safeguards have been introduced to prevent the leaking of sensitive information during tender processes, as was seen by the National Treasury's IFMS case? Thank you so much, Chairperson, for the opportunity for these follow-up questions.
Thank you, Honourable Subrati. Advocate, let me give you an opportunity to respond to those. You're muted, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. The Honorable Suprati is correct. During our investigation at the relating to IFMS, evidence was uncovered. Sorry. Sorry. Evidence was uncovered pointing to information having been, call it leaked. Yes, I think that's the right term, to some of the service providers, and it's really important because that really points to the integrity and ethics of those who are involved. It's really such a worrying phenomenon, but we really hope that National Treasury will put in place measures to avoid that. Again, the communication issue comes up. From our MOU relation with AGSA, we've got regular contacts in terms of ensuring that we communicate and appraise each other regularly on these referrals, the status of the referrals, and so on. But what Honorable Subrati is pointing to is the communication between the three entities. Perhaps that's an area that we need to sort of work on. In terms of specific proclamations at the defense and proclamation 256/2025, and perhaps I can respond to proclamation 123, Office of the Premier. We do from time to time inform the state institutions. In this case, the Office of the Premier would be aware of the outcomes and the referrals that we have made for actions to be taken against particular officials that were found to have contributed to the irregularities. We also, from time to time, contact state institutions for update. Over and above the mechanism I've mentioned at the presidency, we do contact them for updates on whether they've implemented the referrals. The last point, I want my colleague to come in on specific investigations. But Chair, if you allow, I really want to just repeat on the approval of the prevention framework. It's such an important part. But I want to, at this stage, just refer the Honorable Committee to the report which the President released on the 29th of August. And that is the report that was prepared by the National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council, which was chaired by the Honorable Minister of Police. Really, if you read through that report, you'll see that really the country is on a good trajectory towards ensuring that there's preventive focus in the fight against corruption. I just wanted to make that point. Mr. Lakhato, can you please come in on proclamation? 123? No, 123 I've responded. Proclamation 239 and 256. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
No, thanks, Advocate. Thanks, Honorable Members and Honorable Chair. In terms of the proclamation 239 of 2025 of Defense, the investigation there is ongoing, and we covering the period from 2013 to 2025. And currently, there are no outcome because the investigation is still ongoing. It was proclaimed this year. So the colleagues, the team is busy collecting information and analyzing, and at the right time, they will be making some recommendation. Then with regard to proclamation R258 of 2025, which relate to CETA, there also the investigation is still ongoing. And the issue of VAT, when we come across the issue of VAT or any other issue when we investigate, we've got an MOU with SARS where we refer such matters to them and they are able to investigate them further. So we do have working relationship with SARS where we are able to refer a matter to them. So even this investigation is still ongoing, And currently there isn't any outcome because we just received this proclamation this current financial year. Then also just to add on what advocate has indicated on the issue of the communication between us and the AGSA on these matters, we submit the report on a quarterly basis to AGSA where we give them feedback regarding all the matters that we have referred. So there's constant communication between us and AGSA, and they also help us over and above other matters that we're investigating, of which they have not referred them. So there is constant communication where there's a liaison from the SIU and there's a specific liaison from the AGSA where they able to communicate wherever we need anything. Thank you, Advocate.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. That would be our responses. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Advocate, and for the responses. Let me give the DPCI an opportunity to respond to questions that were directed to you. There were quite a few. Minister, I'm going to give you an opportunity and leave it over to you to decide how you want to respond. If you want to make certain opening or certain remarks at the beginning, or maybe conclude, but I leave that over to you to decide, Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. Were you going to allow the DPCI first, and then I can come in?
100%.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Let me then deal with the questions that were sent to us or meant for the DPCI. The first question, it had to deal with the aspect of instances where the AGS is not able to respond, is not able to collect the funds. As an example, on the irregular payments, to say how do we then assist perhaps from an investigation perspective. I just want to indicate that ours, when it comes to either forfeiting or applying for forfeiture orders, it has to deal with proceeds of crime. In that regard, we are able to submit, have an asset forfeiture investigation, submit our applications to court to issue an order. It can be a restraint order, it can be a forfeiture order, it can be any of the asset forfeiture orders which a court may issue. And further, the one question had to deal with the lifespan of cases. Why do we have cases as far back as 2021? In response to that, I just want to indicate that referrals of the cases could have or have been brought to the attention of the DPCI to investigate as of 2021. However, the crimes under investigation, they backdate as back as up to 2014 as an example. So this shows that when the audit takes place, the crimes have already occurred sometime in the past, and when the matters are then referred to us, when we commence with the investigations, we normally find that it becomes a bit challenging, and it is obvious that in most cases the persons who commit these specific crimes, the perpetrators, are constantly now in charge or in control of the documentation, as mentioned by the SIU, that the shortage of the necessary documentation to pursue an investigation are always a challenge. And most of the cases that are brought to us, that is fraud in the main, and it depends mainly on evidential material, which is more documents. And there was also a question raised by an honorable member about communication, to say how do we communicate, although it was directed mainly to the SIU. But I would also want to indicate that we also have a communication protocols with the AGS. We also had our MOU with them, which since expired last year, and it is currently under review. And the reason why perhaps it's taking a bit of time is that we are now increasing the role players in that MOU, and we are confident that it should be finalized as soon as possible, because it is quite important that we continuously communicate with the AGS. And we also have continuous meetings and engagements, in particular the serious commercial crime component, which conducts the investigations. They also have meetings. They also have a liaison officers, which is one from the DPCI. The current one is Brigadier Mare. And there are also officials from the AGS who constantly engage with our members. And we also submit quarterly reports on progress on these investigations. So the communication aspect is quite critical, and it is indeed happening. And it is then for this reason to indicate that, yes, we are in agreement that we need to continuously communicate. The other question that was raised has to do with the withdrawal of the case, the process underlying the withdrawal of the case. The case that was provisionally withdrawn is a case that original documents were required for the purposes of the trial. And as such, the investigation at the stage was not fully completed. And it does happen from time to time in courts, because the defense would also try by all means to ensure that cases are held and handled speedily. So, and they would try by all means not to persuade the courts not to accept a continuous postponement of cases. But the matter that is provisionally withdrawn is a matter that will still go back to court. And what we are currently doing, the investigation is underway, and there is constant consultation with the prosecutor. And we are confident that once this case is fully ready, as assessed by the prosecutor, will be presenting it before court, it will find its way back to court. The accused persons will be issued with summons J175 to appear before court. And it is a matter that we are keeping constant focus on, and it's a matter that we are prioritizing with the team. And there was a question about the check and balances to ensure speedy finalization of cases, and how do we hold each other accountable. Perhaps from the investigation perspective, we have continuous inspections by our commanders on the cases. And we also have arrangements and working relations with the NPA, as mentioned by Major General Makinyane earlier, the prosecution guided investigation. So they also guide the investigations because with the view that these matters are court directed, and we should not surprise the prosecutor to give them a case at a later stage where they have different views. We also then have the police guided investigations, which then our commanders also manage the investigation space and ensure that matters are referred to court timeously. And the other question that was raised is about the funding. How is the DPCI funded? On this aspect, we do have a budget, which is a budget that comes under the budget of the South African Police Service. We also have a ring-fenced budget for our operations within the DPCI to enable us to perform our work. So we do not claim case by case. Our responsibility, as mentioned as well in the opening slides of our presentation, is the investigation of national priority offences. So it is part and parcel of the mandate of the greater SAPS in terms of Section 205 of the Constitution. A question about bottlenecks that contribute to the delays of investigations. Here, I can just indicate that it depends on case by case. The facts in a particular case will determine what might be a challenge. I think the critical question to ask is what do we do then when we come to a point where there is a necessity for intervention? Such might be escalated should there be a need, but in most instances, it all depends what is it that we require. If, for an example, in a case, we were to require documentation and we were not going to get those documents, maybe voluntarily, we would then either opt for a search warrant to ensure that we search and seize such documents. But yes, it's challenges there and there, but the challenges are always attended to ensure that there is swift investigations in our cases. And the question that had to deal with the decision of cases. The matter that had to deal with the decision of cases, perhaps just to indicate that what we are indicating there, these are cases which requires the decision by a prosecutor. The prosecutor has to decide, evaluate a matter on the basis of the applicable, on the basis of the applicable evidence, whether to prosecute or not to prosecute. So once the investigation is finalized, the prosecutors are afforded some time to read the case carefully, because they would also not want to take cases through to a prosecution phase if those cases are not winnable. The matter about the systematic reforms to prevent recurrence of incidents. Well, it's just that currently on these matters, we did not refer to a fully investigated case and where people have been sentenced. I am of the view that passing a sentence by a court of law has the element of general deterrence, deters criminals from continuing with the similar crimes, but also the SIU has sufficiently indicated that in line with their mandate, they are also ensuring that they communicate and are preparing policy reforms that they believe would be necessary and appropriate to sort this particular challenge. On the matters of the SOE cases, we do not have any, from the cases that we are investigating, we do not have a matter relating to an SOE that was referred by the AGSA, but we do have cases in a similar way as indicated by the SIU. And further, we're satisfied with the referrals from the AGS. Yes, I can indicate that when a matter is referred to us, as also explained by Advocate Mtivi, is that it's case by case again. What we term the investigation of crime, it is fully explained. It is the scientific systematic search for the truth. So when we deal with the science of investigation, we will obviously be guided by the available facts in a matter. Should there be insufficient information, as explained earlier, we have a leeway of communication, requesting additional information or additional documents in that regard. So we are in constant communication. It makes it much more easier, because you would wonder if cases were referred and we did not have access to the AGS, then it would have been a challenge. But so we are satisfied in the manner we are carrying out our work. And on the issue of the resources, whether we have enough or not, I can just indicate that we have continuous recruitment and staffing programs underway. And it's a very challenging question, because you will always want more, because the more you have, the more we can do much better. And I can just confirm that we do have a budget, we do have processes, recruitment, retention, and we are hopeful that with time we will have a fully capacitated DPCI, and the results will talk then for themselves if we are sufficiently capacitated. The matter of the provisional withdrawal, it came again, and I think I've sufficiently explained earlier. And then what safeguards do we have to prevent the withdrawals? Safeguard to prevent withdrawals of cases, it's dual. It is for the police to make sure that we have a fully investigated case. If the case is fully investigated, then when the prosecutors places these matters before court, there should be very minimal chances of having the matter to be withdrawn, unless there is a very critical aspect or argument in law that can be raised by the defense or that might require the withdrawal, or even the prosecution part on that matter, if they feel a matter can be best handled by making an application before court to have it withdrawn, to continue with investigation, as the case does happen at times, because they can at any given time in a case be introduction of new evidence and or new facts that needs to be considered. But the further question was, it is that risk framework in any way. It's a question that Advocate Mtibi fully responded to, because it is an initiative for the SIU. And if 2-3 questions before I finish. The one was the innovative recovery on the funds stolen from the state. Here we rely on the POCA, which is the Prevention of Organized Crime Act, which has sections there that focuses on forfeiture orders. So that is the only way that we can legally participate in the processes during our investigations. When processes of crime are identified, the necessary investigations and necessary applications are done to ensure that there is no benefit out of crime. And then how do we intend to work with the victim departments to prevent similar instances in the future? We can just indicate that from the DPCI perspective, we have awareness campaigns about fraud and corruption, which from time to time, when there are events and opportunities, they are just shared across the board. And a lot of activities, especially in the provinces, do take place in Bezos and so forth. We are always afforded the opportunity to deal with it. But again, in the reported cases, I think it is incumbent for the specific departments to make sure that they also enhance their policies and frameworks to ensure that there is no repeat of such. And the comment about sharing our successes with the public to ensure there is public confidence. We welcome that communication enhancement and further, perhaps just to indicate that ourselves then with the SIU, and the AGS, we also have a platform where we effectively communicate. As an example, we've got what is known as the National Priority Crime Operational Committee, which is chaired by the DPCI. The SIU is also one of the critical stakeholders in that regard, and discussions from the Serious Commercial Crime Subcommittee of the committee. We always appreciate progress on investigations and or any challenges experienced, including best practices that we can move. So we are aware that we have previously, just on an ad hoc basis, invited the AGS whenever it is necessary, but these opportunities still exist should there be a need that the AGSA sits with us and we enhance our communication at a broader level, because the National Priority Crime Operational Committee has got several role players, which also includes the National Treasury in that instance. And then delays in the investigation, in particular, there was a point reference to the Free State matter. In this particular case, I can just indicate that this is indeed one of the serious and complex cases, and also to indicate that in this matter, if guided by the facts, the crimes were committed in or around 2016, and the case was referred to us in 2021. And also in this particular case, just to indicate that there were forensic firms, forensic audit firms that were appointed by the department to conduct investigations or to conduct analysis of whatever that transpired. And those reports were then submitted to the departments. And I just want to indicate that we do have access to these reports. However, when we get such reports, we want to use this report for court purposes. And when a forensic firm is appointed, you give them a mandate. So the initial mandate to these forensic firms were not necessarily mandated or directed towards providing, assessing, or analyzing the existing facts with the intention to take the matters to court. So currently, we are in constant engagement with these firms. We have received the reports, accessed them, and we are then trying hard out of these reports to align them towards moving to court should the matters ultimately be landing in court. And finally, just to indicate that yes, indeed, we remain committed as the DPCI to ensure that these matters are attended to swiftly, and by all means, always try to circumvent delays. So let me end the Honorable Minister. Let me then hand over back to you. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, you are welcome.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you for the presentations, which were very interesting, very thorough, and for the questions by honorable members. Was certainly a learning experience for me. The focus of this committee is quite properly on consequence management, on the reports of the Auditor-General and of action taken by the investigative bodies, the SIU and the DPCI, in a sense after the fact. but the questions by members indicate that the focus of the committee appears to be quite rightly also on what Andy Mutibi called systemic corruption. The question by Honourable Member Mafokeng on material irregularities which are repeated in certain departments, and the question that was then asked about systemic remedies, the question that Honourable Vilakazi raised about the failure of internal controls, also raised questions then about sufficient capacity for prevention. Honourable Motumi, I pointed out that these reports by the SIU and the DPCI show a pattern across departments. Honourable Mares honing in on the question of procurement as the main focus. And then there were questions on vessels. There may have been others about delays in investigations and so forth. I'll come back to the issue that Honourable Subrati raised. Now, I think that we are faced with these reports show not only with problems of financial irregularities, which are bad enough, considering the cost to the fiscus and to service delivery and so forth. So a lot of these irregularities identified by the Auditor-General overlap with problems of corruption and criminality. Which is why the investigative resources of the SIU and particularly the DPCI, which also has a mandate, a very important mandate to investigate organized corruption, organized crime, which is a growing problem. So that's where we are, and therefore, and the second point, I think that the questions of members as well as the president show is that we have actually what we have is also a growing problem of systemic corruption, which means that we have to focus on prevention as well, not only on the necessary actions to ensure accountability, appropriate punitive action, and so forth after the fact. So I think Andy Mutibi was quite right to raise the question of the anti-corruption risk management framework. I think he was also quite right to point out that the National Anti-Corruption Council has just reported its report to the president. Its report is a public document and is available. And it makes some recommendations on the prevention of systemic corruption side. There are some very specific recommendations on the SIU, if you like, a refurbished SIU aimed at improving its capacity and its resources to deal with systemic corruption, particularly in the procurement area, which is, as these reports indicate and the questions that members asked, pervasive. There are many national departments, provincial departments, local authorities, and so forth, where the same pattern recurs. And then that report also deals with, makes certain recommendations on law enforcement, which, if implemented, will affect, could impact the way what the DPCI focuses on. So I think that perhaps it would be helpful for the committee, as it considers the role that it plays, to consider what is in that report. And then I think to address problems of systemic corruption, it's also clear that the country has been in a period of legislative reform aimed at strengthening our response. So the legislation expanding the powers of the Auditor-General to refer matters to the bodies charged with criminal investigation, new procurement legislation which has just been enacted, trying to strengthen both regulation and anti-corruption in that space, are all important to take account of. And one hopes that you know that the attention that the SIU is giving to making systemic recommendations of not only to focus on their investigation of individual cases of malfeasance, is also an important focus in assessing what the SIU is doing. So I do think that this whole area of systemic reform to focus on prevention, because it strikes me, if you look at these reports, are we getting to a point where we're reversing the tide? And it seems to me that the investigative bodies are overwhelmed. They do have resource constraints. They're coming in a sense after the deed has been done. So we have to strengthen both prevention, proactive prevention, and then after the fact, punitive action. Now, the question that Member Subrati raised about the relationship between the SIU and the DPCI is also an important question, because clearly there are overlapping and responsibilities there, and possibly some elements of duplication. And that does raise questions about how we capacitate not only our capabilities to deal with financial mismanagement and corruption, but how we deal with a growing problem of organized crime, which is not, properly within the mandate perhaps of this committee. But I raise it because it does fall on my lap in a way, and so this question that Honourable Member Subrati raised about duplication, overlapping mandates, I think is an important one that's certainly going to be on my table in the months ahead. But thank you very much, Member Wessels, for the opportunity to participate in these discussions. I have learnt a lot. I thought that I was paid careful attention to the presentations of the DPCI. It's the second time that I've heard that presentation, and then by the SIU that I have been interacting with over the last 3 years in a way, and then to listen to your questions and concerns, which, as I say, to me indicated that the committee is focusing on very important matters, and that your members are, if you like, on top of the issues. So I'm looking forward to working with your committee going forward. Thanks very much, Chairperson Wessels.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kachalia, for that, and we also look forward to working with you, and also wish you all the best with your difficult and complicated task. But thank you very much for your time as well. I'm going to allow brief follow-up questions if there are any. Honourable Vilakazi.
Thank you, Chair. Just, excuse me, 2 observations. The first is that I was alarmed to hear of the delay in the communication protocol between the DPCI and the AGSA's office. And the alarm for me arises out of the fact that the current agreement ended over the past year sometime, and apparently there are now more stakeholders that are being brought in. But I think it compromises the integrity of both institutions if they themselves delay in getting systems and processes in place. Both of them knew well in advance that an agreement was coming to an end, and both had the opportunity to have concluded the new agreement prior. The problem that I see, particularly in light of corruption and fraud, is if the DPCI or the AGSA says to another organization, why didn't you have this done on time? They will say, no, but you know how things are because you yourselves haven't concluded your own agreement. So I just think that it casts a stain, it casts a negative light on both these institutions, which really ought to be the gold standard because they hold others to a high standard in terms of how they themselves conduct their business. That was the one point. The second one, which is also mentioned by the minister now, is about capacity. I was happy to hear from both organizations that they feel sufficiently capacitated. I did note, though, in the DPCI presentation that the presenter made the point that in good time, we hope to have full capacity. And I would just say that my thinking behind raising the question, and I think this is the attitude of the committee, is that if you need our support, we can provide that support, perhaps help advocate for you. We know that our friends at National Treasury can be quite difficult in dealing with these issues, but whether it's National Treasury, some other institution, if we are aware what the shortcomings and what the needs are, we stand available to support and advocate for whatever resources, whatever changes, whatever capacitation the entities need. It was just to make that point, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Appreciate. Any further follow-up questions? I see no hands. Can I give an opportunity for any response to that question from the DPCI?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Just yes, we note and appreciate the questions. On the memorandum of understanding, we believe that we should be done, I think, in a month's time. Although the cooperation continues and we have been continuously engaging, but yes, indeed, we have to have finality in terms of the signing of that document. Yes, on the issue of the resources, the minister has also alluded to the fact that there are resource constraints in the broader law enforcement environments, and yes, we will continue to find means and ways, also assisted by all applicable and relevant institutions, government institutions in that regard, to make sure that we get the required resources. Thank you. I can just pause there, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate. I do not want to put the AG on the spot. There were questions directed to the AGSA, but we can deal with those questions in a later meeting on an engagement that's scheduled with the AGSA. But if you are in a position to respond briefly, I will give you an opportunity, AG. Or DAG.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. I think AG had to step into another commitment. So thanks a lot for allowing us the time to go and consider these questions and get back to you. But a quick response in terms of the liaison between us and the SIU. We do have Alice on the call, who is the liaison on our behalf, who can add, but we are fairly comfortable about the way that the relationship is going. Obviously, it will be good if some of these things can be fast-tracked, but we appreciate that sometimes things do take a little bit longer. Alice is on the call and she can add a bit. There were questions about the cases that are currently being investigated, focusing mainly on the local government space and not necessarily on the SOCs. The unit that deals with the MIs reports to her, and she can deal with that particular one. In terms of what is the biggest area that can improve the internal control and the reason that there are concerns, I think we normally try to articulate this in our general report in terms of every area, and Alice can also add to that. So, Honorable Chair, with your permission, I can give Alice a chance to just add on, but we take your suggestion to properly respond in a engagement that you have asked us to do that specifically. But since we are on the call, we're happy to add our voice. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, DAG. Do appreciate, and we'll then do it like that. But Alice, if you want to add anything.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, and good morning, honourable members. I can maybe just add that when we refer, there was a question about when do we and how do we decide what matters to refer to which public body. We currently have 99 referrals in the system, some even to water affairs, but maybe if we stick to DPCI and the SIU, we normally refer matters that have fraud risk indicators, or where the accounting officer is involved, or where there's a complex investigation that needs to be done and we realize we don't have the expertise to deal with it, or where there's an opportunity for recovery. So in essence, when we refer to the DPCI, we focus on the fraud red flags, where there's an element of criminality that needs to be investigated. When we refer to the SIU, we normally look at areas of non-compliance, areas where there's opportunity to recover as a result of enrichment, and also where there's a huge financial loss. So that's how we've linked our work directly to their mandate. So even when we engage them on the MOU, we spell out the mandate so that we make sure that we refer matters that's within their ambit. I think that's important to note. And what's also important, I think, Honourable Chair, is to note that although we want to have the MOUs in place, the access that we can refer to them, and we may enter into a MOU. So the MOU is not a prerequisite for a referral and for engagement with any public body. It really facilitates the engagement between us. It facilitates how they will report to us, what's the timelines, and what information we will be required to submit to them to do a proper investigation or to help them in the investigation. I think that's important just to land. And then maybe just also to indicate that there was a concern around prevention of crime, and I think that this is very relevant. And as the DAG has said, that in our general report, we talk about 3 root causes. We talk about the lack of capability, the lack of governance, and the lack of consequences. And if you look at those result in the slow response, not only to our recommendations, but even to the material irregularities and to the recommendations that's being issued by other bodies. So the fact that those recommendations is being tracked is key to make sure that there's consequences for non-adherence to recommendations. But it's very much in line with what we say in our general reports. And it's important that government pay attention to those root causes, to the recommendations we make, because the prevention is directly linked to the organization and the institution's capability to make sure that there's strong internal controls at all institutions. And then maybe lastly, there was also a question around the SOEs. We do have MIs on SOEs. I think Advocate Matibi referred to the CETA matter, but also the Post Bank is a SOE. And maybe as a last comment, sorry, I said that now twice. Chair, we have 738 material irregularities currently in the system. And as I said, only 99 of them have been referred to a public body. So the rest, we deal with it within our powers, where we give the accounting officer opportunity to deal with the matter, or where there's some of them is already in a remedial action. So we deal with those other ones in line with our mandate. I trust this was helpful, Honourable Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. It was indeed helpful, and we will take it then further and have the engagement, was add the item to one of our meetings where we do and are planning to engage with the AGSA, and to then also get more thorough responses to the questions that were directed to the AGSA. Let me once again thank the DPCI and the SIU for the presentations, and also for the time and for the work that you are doing in this regard, and for assisting the committee with our mandate. And I also hope that the questions and this engagement also assists you with the mandate and the work that you are doing in this regard. I am going to release the delegations from the DPCI and the SIU. You are welcome to leave. We only have some domestic issues in the committee to take care of in terms of our strategic plan. So you are most welcome to leave. And once again, thank you for your attendance.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and thank you to the honourable members. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members,
we can only also leave, Chair. Ne?
You are most welcome, dear.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Colleagues, we then did make provision for the strategic planning workshop in this meeting. It was a little ambitious because of these presentations that we received and had to engage on. But the background, as you would know, is that there is, we are mandated to develop a strategic plan for the committee that has to be aligned with the strategic plan of Parliament. And the delay in our consideration of this, you would know that it was originally planned for beginning of the year at a stage, but it was delayed because of the delay in the consideration and acceptance of the strategic plan of Parliament. That plan was accepted and passed by the National Assembly and by Parliament as a whole earlier, just before we rose in June. So committees are now supposed to adopt strategic plans. It is an exercise that is something that has to be done, but it is, and people that know me will know that I do not like a lot of words that do not actually mean a lot of something and gets to action. So strategic planning is a lot of that sometimes, with a lot of words, that do not actually translate into actually improving our oversight function and so forth. We don't have a lot of time. I myself have obligations this afternoon as a member of the ad hoc committee investigating the allegations made by Lieutenant General Ngwanazi, and that meeting is starting at 1 o'clock. I know there's other members that also do have other obligations. But what the suggestion is, honourable members, is firstly, we did last year go through the legacy report of the previous committee. We identified certain areas that we believe the committee should focus on. We've already done a lot of that. And in short, those focus areas are the outstanding debt to the AGSA, the funding model, looking at the sustainability thereof, the follow-up with these law enforcement agencies, and many of the other meetings that we've already scheduled in these focus areas. So we also then had a workshop that was hosted by the AGSA at the offices of the AGSA in Cape Town earlier this year, February, where our mandate was also workshopped and where we went through that mandate and strategy and strategic plan of the AGSA, which we should talk to, or our strategic plan should talk to, obviously, to do oversight and to perform our mandate. So we had that workshop. We also adopted a report on that workshop. And I apologize. Spring brings about flu. We are then advised that a lot of the work that has to be done to develop a strategic plan for the committee has actually already been done. And it's actually just a rewording and rehashing of a lot of that. There is a presentation by the AGSA that the AG prepared for us to briefly just rehash a lot of what was already discussed in that strategic session and workshop earlier this. My suggestion is that we allow the DAG to present that if he is able to now, that he can very briefly, we have received that presentation, very briefly reflect on what he believes to be important. And then the suggestion that I want to make is that we try to convene, apologies, try to convene a meeting next week, sometime after a plenary, virtually one evening, to just discuss the broad strategic areas, and that the committee staff then develops that plan that's then circulated so that we can adopt it at the meeting of the 19th of September, as we have to submit the plan on the 19th of September to the House chairperson. So, colleagues, that's the suggestion. Is there any objection to that, to working in that fashion and to allowing the DAG to present so that we can then just have an internal meeting next week, a quick virtual meeting to identify the focus areas of the strat plan and to then have the committee staff draft such. Honourable Subrati.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I'm quite happy for us to receive a presentation from the DAG with the intention of providing us an insight and summarizing and capturing the lessons from an AG perspective of the engagements that we've had thus far, but being very, very clear and placing it on record so as not to compromise our independence as a SCOAG. Because I would differ with you when you say that the opportunity to engage, or at least as I understood, might be an exercise in futility. I do differ with that because I do believe committees, by and large, have been playing firefighting roles. Maybe not so much this, but even if you look at this committee, given the limited time we have, we are always firefighting. For example, we didn't have time to engage the minutes thoroughly. We had to defer that. And rightly so, because we want to give priority to other committees. So I think often Parliament has been characterized by firefighting, and we have not taken time out to be introspective and reflective. So I do differ from your perspective that it's an exercise in futility. I do believe that however we act, we must act independently. We must make bold decisions to hold the AG accountable. The AG cannot be an institution that is given a free rein to reign supreme. It must have oversight. That's our job here. For example, Honorable Velakazi made a point of reflection that how is it possible that the AGSA and the SIU, or was it the DPCI, are without an MOU for 1 year? Now, that should never happen. This is where we have oversight. We have to call the AGSA out. So our independence must not be compromised. And I'm loath to, in welcoming the presentation, to even think that we would internalize it, we'll reflect on it, and we will then provide independent. For example, having oversight over we do know that the AGA, for example, and I stand to correction, is not overseen by another professional bodies as audit firms are overseen by a professional body. The AGSA is a body on its own. It decides the sufficiency of its procedures. It decides whether it is independent. Who ensures that they are doing what they're doing? And there's issues surrounding the appointment of the audit committee members itself. So I think as a SCOAG, that independence we must maintain. We should afford ourselves a fair amount of time to have an honest conversation as a closed committee, and then come out with a plan of action. So I welcome the suggestion to receive the representation. Safe to say that I am very, very guarded that we must not compromise our independence. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Sibarathi. Your point is well taken and well articulated. I do agree with that. And when I say it might be a futile exercise, I actually mean the malicious compliance type of exercise where we go through a workshop of just a lot of words and just formulate some kind of strategy just to comply, and we don't actually apply our minds of how to improve our oversight. So I think we are actually on the same page, and your support then is that we get the presentation by the DAG, and we internalize that as a guideline. It's not to threaten or to compromise, rather, our independence. It should be there to take note of, and then have a meeting, try to schedule a meeting next week, a virtual meeting, even if it will entail more than one such engagement, where we then internally discuss how we can improve and how we can, with all the challenges, as you put it, with limited time and conflict, scheduling conflicts, and so forth, that we improve our oversight role and how we function as a committee. Is that acceptable that we do it in that way? I don't see any other hands. So DAG, I am going to give you an opportunity to briefly give us that presentation, and then we'll do it in that way. Thank you very much.
Morning once again, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. It is indeed a privilege and a pleasure to give you the high-level presentation, appreciating that it has been given to you, so I will keep it high-level. I think based on the opening comments from the Honorable Members, before I go into the presentation in detail, it is indeed correct that the role of SCOAG based on section 10.3 is to assist and protect the Auditor-General in order to ensure the independence, impartiality, dignity, and effectiveness of the Auditor-General. And 2, to advise the National Assembly. So the role of SCOWAG is therefore twofold, is to hold the AG accountable and to assist and protect. And the manner in which you hold the AG accountable is through us coming to you with our blue book, which is our strat plan, and then we come and account to you on a regular basis in terms of the things that we have committed to do. So I think that is how we normally fulfill us being held accountable in terms of the things that we need to do. So today, taking you through the strategy plan, it will equip you to be able to, when you come with our annual report, to say, how have we done as the AGSA against the objectives that we have set for ourselves to do, which get approved by the AG after consultation with SCOWAG. So the normal process is that we're currently busy with our blue book, which is our strategy plan that we're going to submit to you for your input. And based on your input, it will then get approved. And that is how you're going to hold us accountable to say, these are the things that we have committed to do. On that basis, Chair, I will proceed with the presentation. I will keep it high level, but I'll give members a chance to ask me to go into detail. And I do appreciate that there are newer members onto the committee, and welcome to the to this session. I'll try to keep it a balanced act, that I don't go too deep, keep it as high level as I can. Just to remind the committee in terms of our strategic mission, which is very important, because I think this keeps us honest in terms of what it is that we were established to do, is that we do assist in strengthening democracy by executing our audit mandate. And this has not changed. Even when we revise our strategic objectives, we still keep it on that basis. Our vision has also not changed. We keep it the same, to say that we'd like to be recognized by all our stakeholders as a relevant supreme audit institution that enhances public sector accountability. Most of the work that we are doing is really based on the mission and the vision of the organization. Next slide, please. At a very high level, our product and value of our work is that with our product, we use it to form the basis of the engagement with the various stakeholder group, yourself and other oversight bodies. We share the insight that we pick up from our audits, so that they will be able to hold the various auditees to account. We do this by doing the monetary audits that we do either for the March year end, which is at the PFMA, or as the junior end, which is the MFMA. We just finished our audit cycle of the PFMA. We'll issue what we call a general report. We summarize the outcome of that to then allow the accountability ecosystem to then do their oversight part. Before we get to that level, we obviously issue the audit reports to the auditees, and the accounting officers and also the audit committees then have a chance to engage with the detailed reports. We can also do other special audits. You'll recall that during the COVID, we're asked to audit the COVID transaction, so we're allowed to do that. Next slide, please. So our strategy, in short, Chair, and just to recap, in the past we had what we call the 4V strategy, which was based on viability and also visibility. What we realized, in order for us to remain relevant, or to say what it is that needs to change for the AG to be impactful. And upon doing a lot of work, AG, after consultation with the executives, she developed a strategy that she then approved, which is basically based on, we need to shift the culture in the public sector. If you remember, the earlier conversation was about consequence management and all those things. And in the response about the things that we are seeing that are causing problems in the public sector, it's really about capability, governance, and also lack of consequence management. That talks to the culture. If there's a culture of appointing inappropriate people, or people are not willing or as able to execute their function, the governance side will fail. If there are no consequence management, people will do things and know that there will be no consequences. They will continue doing that. So we realize that it's going to be important for us to work on a culture shift. It is obviously difficult if the only tool you've got is audit. But what we then do was to say, we can use our insight that we're picking up from the audit. We can use those insights to influence the accountability ecosystem to be able to do something that will change our auditees from doing what we call bad to doing good, and I'm going to get to that. I'm just putting the foundation at this stage so that when I get to this stage, I can move with speed once you have understood what was the why that made us do this particular strategy. So what we said for ourselves, and that's what you need to hold us accountable for, and we are more than willing to report to you, and we are holding ourselves deeply honest about it, is what to say, if we can move 30% of our auditees from what we call doing harm to doing good. And doing good, we have defined it using various criteria, which talks to performance, accountability, transparency, and also institutional integrity. And we've defined these things so that we can plot our auditees to say, it is not just about a clean audit. It is about the auditees being able to perform on what they've promised to do. It's about them being able to make a meaningful impact to the lived realities of the citizen by providing the right services. If we can get that right, and we get an environment that starts to respect this, which I think will address one of the concerns about what, instead of saying what causes the problem, we're saying if we have that environment, we believe the environment will be conducive for the public sector to deliver what needs to be done. So what we have done is to take just the audit principle and define what we would like to see over time. And this is the aspiration that we've got, that we need to move 30% of our auditees by 2030. And hence we called our current strategy Culture Shift 2030. We can do this using our audit insight, and over time we are hoping to see that. It's an area that we knew that it will not be easy to do, but it's an area that we are giving focus. To do that, there were other pillars that are assisting us in the overall strategy. While the main issue is to move culture shift, we do realize that given the fiscal constraint, we have to do our work in an efficient and sustainable manner. And that talks to our internal operation, that we need to configure ourselves and resource ourselves and build the right capabilities to allow us to execute the strategy in a manner that does not cost the fiscals too much. We then said, using these capabilities, we're going to have the insight that instead of just issuing it at an auditee level, we can assist oversight by connecting the dot, because we do audit all the spheres of government. We audit over 1,000 auditees. So we are able to pick up insight over the way that we are structured, looking into things and looking into value chains to be able to share that. We are going to use the influence to be able to get, firstly, the auditees through the accounting officers and also the oversight bodies, but ultimately Parliament and other oversight bodies to be able to act. Should that fail, Chen, we are going to use our new powers, our new MI powers, the enforcement. And the earlier conversation was focusing on the work that we are doing in that space. It's an area that now we've been able to fully implement and roll out to all the auditees. And we are now following up on MIs that have been picked up, and some that we need to refer are being referred. A bulk of them, we are dealing with them internally. And that, in a sense, is how we have seen our overall strategy. I try to put it high level, but I'll go into some detail in some other aspect to just assist the committee to understand that. Next slide, please. So on the oversight area, we have agreed to, can you move to the next one, please? Yeah, so what we have agreed is over time, we have plotted to say what must be done. So we transitioned this strategy in 2021-22. We allowed ourselves time to transition. We set ourselves goals in terms of what needs to be done. And our strategic plan and the goals that we set are linked to that. So there were a rollout plan that we are now halfway into our strategy. And at the moment, we are busy writing our annual report that we're going to bring to you to hold us accountable to say, how have we fared in terms of the goals and objectives that we have set for the 24-25 year? We have already submitted to you our 24-25 targets up until 28, and that is where that red block is. And that is how the accountability mechanism is done, bearing in mind that a fundamental principle of an AG is that an AG, she or he has to be independent. So there are things that you can hold us accountable, but there are things that based on the independency aspect, we need to also consider as to what it is that you can consult on. So things like opinions, that have to be opinion in terms of the audit opinion. But in terms of accounting, what we have set our targets to be, we come to you on a regular basis, and we do have scheduled intervals in which we engage with SCOWAC, and we always look forward to those engagement because it gives us a chance for where we have not performed well to reflect and say, what must we do better? But in areas where we have performed well, it's very important that we use this platform to really talk about the successes that we are making. Thank you. Next slide, please. So I won't go into too much details in terms of the target, understanding that it's very high level, but I'll just try to give the context of how this is set. And then if there are specific questions, I'll then deal with that so that we don't spend too much time on the specific targets. When you come to Parliament to report on our annual report, we are going to be able to engage with that. We're going to come engage with you on the Blue Book, which is our strategic plan. And given that today is high level, I'll keep it high level, but more than happy to go to any specific area that needs further attention. So of those 6 pillars, what we've got is we have put through specific goals on each pillar to say, how are we going to track if we are making it? And this get approved by the AG after consultation with yourself. So the plan for 2026, 27, and going forward will come to you this September. You'll be consulted, and then only in January it gets approved. And that is how we give the accountability framework in check. Once you get approved, if ever anything changes, there has to be a governance process to change any of our targets. So in terms of the inside perspective, the aim is to eliminate understanding to the auditees. And what we commit to do is to produce a number of insight in terms of our GRs and any other information that we think will assist our stakeholders. So we track that. So because what we realize is for us to have the influence, we need to use our insight to various stakeholders. So we'll come to SCOEC with various information. We'll go to SCOPA with certain information. We'll come to Parliament overall and also Cabinet with our general report. So we are using this insight in piece and chunks to ensure that the right stakeholders understand the message that they will then be able to deal with. Whenever there are BRRs, our team come there and equip the committees accordingly. So that is the part that we're doing. We like to see our auditees, instead of ignoring our recommendation, we want to see them implementing our recommendation. And to that end, we have put a target to say, let's see that 30% of these are being implemented, and we're setting the target over a cascading scale so that we follow to make sure that the insight that we're doing is meaningful and they are being done. I spend more time on this one, but with the rest, I'll go with a bit of speed so that I don't take too much time, but more than happy to come back to deal with anything. On the influence goal, we also realize that all that we've got is the audit insight, but we are in a very good position to share those insights that will influence the right action from the various accountability ecosystem players. We have defined them in the whole thing, and I think when we did the induction with you, went into detail in terms of who needs to do what. And in most of our work right now, we are seized with saying, who must do what for things to change? And I think if we can get that right, and we share the right information with the right people, and make it clear as to what needs to be done, I do believe that is going to make a huge difference in the culture shift. We have seen a very heightened oversight, and thanks for the work that you're doing. And thanks, Honorable Chair and the members, when you went to Free State, you also asked about our long overdue debtors. We really appreciate it. And I think it's an area I need to just talk to, because there was a comment from a member about the engagement so far, and we really appreciate the focus that you've been giving to some of the pain points that the AG have had. So I think one of these interaction this morning is based on the legacy report. Your engagement with National Treasury is based on trying to figure out an appropriate funding model for the AG that will still maintain our independence without compromising it, but make sure that we do get paid. So we do appreciate the work that SCOEC has done in terms of protecting and assisting the AG. So I think you have been really on point on that, and we really appreciate that. Coming back to the influence part, Chen, we then say, what must we do with which accountability ecosystem player? And the goals that we have set around there allow us to be able to monitor this thing. Some of them is about the public sentiment. And so how is the public feeling us? So we would run surveys, say, is the work that we're doing assisting you to do your oversight? And that keep us on check to ensure that if there's a need to change anything, we need to change that. The influence lever is the critical one for us to achieve culture shift. So the main assessment here, it is done by AG to say, did we as the administration do the things that are impactful. So here it's not about action. We move from action to impact to say, whatever action you did, can you see the impact of whatever it is that you have done? It is a tough challenge, but we believe that's the only way to make sure that there is an impact on the things that we do. But it also gives us a good opportunity to sit back, reflect, and say, are we doing the right things? Is this thing that we are doing shifting the needle? We also have an assessment in terms of the stakeholders' engagement to say, are the things that you're trying to influence being done? We realize that as AGSA, our key focus is auditing. But if we use the influence lever very well, we do believe that it can assist extensively to shift the culture. We obviously, if we can influence change, we use the enforcement and we still appreciate the new powers. We are seeing them gaining speed. We keep updating ScoreWork and also Parliament in terms of the progress being made. More can be done. We have now been able to cover the entire spectrum in terms of what we are covering. But even here, also there's an assessment from AG to say, are you guys focusing on the right thing? While you may have so many MIs, are they the right MIs? Are they impactful? So she do that overall assessment, but there are other specific subset of things that we have to deal with internally, such as backlogs that we have to make a focus area, and we have been able to make progress in terms of getting the backlogs that were created. So now we are able to say, the battles are clear. Let's focus on impactful MI so that we can change the overall environment. On the MI critical part, before we move on, then it's also how we currently institutionalize it within the organization. We've been with it now for just over 5 years, so we can take step and reflect as to, is it giving us the impact that we expected? Are we making enough recoveries? And I think the area discussion focus on where there's been referral to some of the other public bodies. And now the focus is to deal with the high impact MIs. We do have a section that deals with the MIs, but I know last time we spoke about it, Chair, but we put it as an annexure for members if they want to refresh their thoughts about this area. So to do this thing, Chair, we have to think about the internal environment, and I'll try to paint the picture here so that when I go to the subsections, I'm fairly quick. So for us to do what we didn't have to do externally, we have to build the right capability internally. So we had to implement the culture shift strategy, which is focusing on culture shift, using the insight and then also influence. But if it all fails, enforce. But to do it in a efficient and sustainable manner, we had to ensure that we improve our technological capabilities. You will recall when we came to you, we have asked you that we are at the moment trying to refresh our digital transformation to ensure that we are future fit, we have the right capabilities to do our work. We move to a data-enabled audit approach. We got the right environment to be able to defend ourselves from cybersecurity. So that will need us to invest on that capability. Given that we are self-funded, it was important that we strengthen our financial sustainability and have to look into ways as to how do we do that. So we went into detail and tried to define goals that will help us to keep our eyes on the ball as far as that is concerned. We realized that we need to manage our revenue optimization, where we use, wherever possible, our own resources. And while we'll always leverage the private audit firms, we only leverage them as and when we need to do that. We've also looked into cost optimization internally to make sure that we look after our finances. We have to resource ourselves for success and just talk to our human capital, but also the other resources that we do need. So we have to build those capabilities, and I will give you a high-level overview of some of the targets that we have set ourselves to do that. Given our environment, we have to lead by example. So strengthening our ethical posture was very important, maintaining our AA rating and other ethical issues within the institution so that we can lead by example. Leadership, alignment, and internal culture. You can't change culture outside if you can change it internally. So around these areas, we then set goals as far as the sustainably and also efficiently is concerned. And the key focus around this area was really for us to have a funding plan that ensured that we are sustainable. It was important that we continue with our cost optimization, but also revenue optimization by leveraging our resources. I've already spoken about maintaining our ethical rating, and most importantly, our high quality audit. Our license to trade is people believing in the product that we deliver, that our audit opinion, the quality is beyond a reproach. And for that, we've got our own internal processes that allow us to deal with that. I do know that there was a question about the quality system that is used by a private audit firm vis-a-vis what is used within a supreme audit institution. And one day when we want to engage more with us, we can deal with that particular stuff. But we have put together a process internally that allow us to have a deep stick in terms of the quality of the work that we do, because we do believe it's a critical aspect that needs to be addressed. And that particular committee is chaired by AG herself to ensure that we have quality management that ensure that the quality of our work is fine. And we've spoken about capacitating our employees, where it's a question of the skill set that they've got, where we have trained a number of CAs that we hope to use internally, but if need be, we can share with the rest of the public sector. But besides that, also look into what other skills do we need to be able to be relevant. You remember our mission and our vision is to remain relevant. So we can't continue doing the things that we're comfortable at. We need to do the things that will make us relevant as a site, and we need to then have the right skills. So we are growing our cyber capability, we are growing our data analytics capability, and bringing in some additional IT auditors. So on that basis, we have formulated, and I won't go to each particular line, but I guess when we engage with you for the Blue Book, we can go into the specific targets. But for us, one of the important things was to agree on the sustainability, to say we need to deliver audit timelessly. That specific deadline, but if we deliver the audit timelessly, it allows us to be able to enable the oversight mechanism to have access to this audit outcome, so that you can then do your work. So we've been, since COVID, we've been throwing back on some of the backlog audits, some from some of the SOCs that were not submitting financials due to other reasons. That may explain the pool. So you remember the lack of SAA, they've been behind with their financials. We've been catching up on that particular front to ensure that the backlog audits are done. But on an annual basis, we time ourselves in terms of what is the percentage that we need to produce to be able to say we have done our work on time. So we set a target of 90 to 100% that we need to complete for us to then meet on that. Quality is an area that I've spoken about. We set a target as well to say the sample of files that we take, they need to meet a certain standard of between 80 to 90% when we sample it. We can go into details as to what are the check and balances that we've built into this process to ensure that ultimately, when AG issues a report, it is comfortable that the report that we are issuing is beyond reproach in terms of the quality of the opinion. And we are fairly comfortable with that. And I guess in one of the sessions, we can take the committee in much more details in terms of what are those mechanisms, because they are very important. We exist to do audits. And while you may not have ERBA being by law having to have oversight, we bring them into the process to come and look into the samples of our file to say that are they coming to the same opinion as per our own people. But I can expand on this if there's a need. At this stage, I'm just sharing the targets with you. In terms of our financial sustainability, while I focus on optimizing our revenue and our cost, the main line that we then monitor is the net surplus. But it was very important for us to look into our gross profit, because if we can be able to use digital asset to do some of the work that takes a typical CA to spend 100 hours, it will be better. So we are on a drive to build these digital capabilities to be able to do more with less, leveraging this digital transformation. Then use our auditors to spend more time analyzing the outcome and being able to spend more time influencing our auditors, so that there will be a shift in the culture. We have seen during COVID that it's very important to have a decent cash balance. If you are not able to work because the country is on a shutdown for 2 months, you must have some reserve. And we've been very keen to say, of all the things that we do, let's make sure that while we're investing, we also have enough cash that we keep monitoring, which is our cash safety margin that we watch very closely. We obviously worry about the ethical maturity that we do independently every year and that we track. You will recall last year we had regress. Our aim is to make sure that we keep up to date, and when we come to talk to you, we'll tell you about the progress that we have made around that. And that is why you can hold us accountable to say, AG, this was your target, but you're not on the same staff. What are you going to do to do that? And we really appreciate being held to account on that front. The external audit opinion is one area that it will be very embarrassing for an AG to get a qualified audit opinion. So we did a target on our side to make sure that we assist on doing the right things to make sure that we don't have a qualification. I will not go into too much details with the rest, Chair, unless if there are specific questions, but I'll just highlight the key aspects. So around staff turnover, we have put a target to say for our high-performing people, let's not lose so much people, and the current actually is much less. An area that was a concern to us, which was around the assisting our professionals. Historically, the reason that we put this as a target is that the pass rate of our trainees in the CA was not very good. And for us to be able to attract talent, it was important that people believe that when they come to AG, they stand a good chance of succeeding. Otherwise, we're going to lose the battle to the rest of the other firms. So it was important for us to say, let's focus on it so that we can do the things that matters to assist our people. But most importantly, given the profile of the people that we employ, the changes are very massive. The ripple effect of us focusing on this target becomes key because it takes you back to what you do from high school, from varsity, and the support that you give the people. So when I say this target, they may seem simple, but the work underneath there drives the intent because you have to find a way to meet those targets. So we have set a target of 45 to 60%. And when we come and report to you with our annual report, we'll be glad to tell you as to what is that progress, and we keep monitoring it. And internal culture is a key part because you can't change outside culture if you're not changing your internal culture. So I've tried to do these things at a very high level, but inefficiently, Chair, because for us to be able to do the work efficiently, we have to build the capability that we may only be able to see in 2 years' time. So we have to define the things that will assist us to do the work, hence we put it as a target. So a critical aspect of us was to modernize our IT capabilities. So we put together a plan that will assist us with our digital transformation, and we're tracking that in terms of how are we doing it. And the reason that we put a 60 to 80% range is sometimes there could be a need to make a strategic decision to delay some project because you can't afford it financially. Or there's just too many things up in the air that you say, let's delay this. But over time, the critical project, you have to achieve that and complete the plan over time. And we do monitor that. And I'm glad that we are making progress in terms of this additional transformation plan. If we achieve that, then it allows us to be able to balance the cost base that we're not only relying on human capital to do the work, but we also leverage our digital assets. We're asked to deal with the implementation risk. Chair, I'll be very high level here because I think we have shared them with you in the past. Obviously, the financial sustainability is key for us. So we have to look into having the plans, doing projections, doing budget, doing the things that matters to cost optimize, but also to revenue optimize. Obviously, the risk of the age technology that we had some few years ago was critical. And when it came to SCOWAG, we did say that we had a CapEx budget of 1.6 billion to allow us to refresh our IT infrastructure. So that was an area, and I'm glad that we have put a plan that we are currently implementing. We don't have all the funds to do it, but we are watching as to how do we prioritize the key things that needs to be implemented. Another risk was the inability to protect our assets. We appreciate that we've got assets in terms of data, that we've got our auditees, and people may just see us as a central point to come and get the information. So cybersecurity was important. We are putting plans to ensure that we are got the right infrastructure. To date, we have moved our age infrastructure into a private cloud that gives us much more security in terms of the controls that we've got there, and we are implementing our IT security. Non-adherence to quality standard. It is the key concern for us because if the public don't have faith in the quality of our audit report, we lose our license to trade. So there are things that we have to do. There are standards that have to be maintained that we implemented. There was the ISQM standard that we have to roll out some few years ago. that gets monitored by the Quality Management Committee to ensure that we are on top of our game, not only in terms of the sample audit files, but about the behaviors and the things that we are doing during the course of the year to receive a reasonable assurance on our quality management. And that standard is what the private audit firms use as well. So while we might not be subjected to an ERBA, we chose the standard that are used out there in line with the audit requirement to be able to use the same basis. Quickly, Chair, I think we spent enough time on the material irregularities, so I won't spend too much time on it. But part of the brief was to say, what was the amendment to the PAA? And here I may need your guidance. So we think we'll spend enough time with you on the MI earlier today, but it was one of the amendments that came through. This was done to give the AG more teeth. So when in the past we can issue a recommendation and they will just ignore it. At the moment, we are able to issue a recommendation, and if there's no action, do a follow through on that basis. We have attached an annexure in terms of much more detail and other information in terms of what is the progress as far as this instrument is concerned. I know when we engage you with SCOWEC, you normally ask that, are you AG, are you using your new powers? And it's an area that we want to see much more impact in the long run. But for the purpose of the high level strategic discussion, Chair, I will not bore the committee with much information. Happy to come back to these particular slides in terms of what needs to be done. But the important aspect of this instrument, it was meant to allow the AG to inform the accounting officer of things that has not gone well, and they should ideally fix it. In the absence of that, we then have to inform the oversight mechanism through either a summary and other things, and we're doing that. And in some cases, we are seeing some good progress. We are seeing money being recovered. And in our reports back to you, if you recall, we track those things where we say, because of us having done this, money has been recovered. And there could be improvement, and we are working on our side to ensure that we are dealing with impactful MIs. This is an instrument that can allow us to do more. And while we have made some good progress, we acknowledge internally that there's room to do more. And hence, it's a focus in our overall plan. Moving on, Chair, to the powers. I won't bore you with the details, and if there are questions, I can go back to it in terms of, but let me deal with the process challenges on this one, because I think it was asked in the earlier conversation. And sometimes what you see with the process is that the way it is, you're supposed to pick up the MI, you then inform the accounting officer. So sometimes the instability and slow response of accounting officers does have an impact, because if there's a change in the accounting officers, you need to give the new one a chance to look into the matter and then try to resolve it. So I think that time can be shortened, and we're trying to work hard to ensure that we don't allow unnecessary delays. But there's been some green shoots where there's been quick response in some cases. So that can be acknowledged. But there are areas where it's taking too long. The prolonged investigations or delays by the public bodies, I think the earlier session dealt with that, where you have already seen that sometimes it takes too long. And I think you asking the public bodies to come and account to you was to assist us in terms of this particular concern. And the delays in consequence management, it just takes too long, and people just think that if there will be no consequences, they can get away with it, which then compromise the overall internal control environment, because people don't think that there will be action. And I think in the earlier discussion, there was a thing about saying we need to be loud about the successes which are happening, so that people can know that there are successes. If you do something, you will be called out. And the delays in the recovery process, and also where the companies that might have been involved have to be liquidated, and it becomes difficult to trace it. And those are the kind of cases that we refer to the public bodies. So it's got more powers than we do have to either preserve those assets before they disappear. Other key amendments, Chair, on the Act, it was around the duty of the AG to make a regulation, and this is covered, which allows the AG to make any regulation pertaining to the matter to facilitate the application of this Act. So things such as how we then proceed with the MIs. When we met for the induction, there's a question to say, do we need to change the Act itself? And AG did confirm that the Act is fine itself. We may want to change the regulation that governs how we run these things internally. We keep reviewing this. At the moment, we believe it's still okay. There could be things that we tweak in the long run, especially around the time that it takes to finalize this. The criteria for the referral, we define it ourselves, like Ansel said, that even though we might not have an MOU, that has already been defined, so we are able to. We do take it that we need to lead by example, and we work between the various bodies to get to a stage where we've got an MOU. But as Alice have indicated, the criteria is already there. We can apply it, but it just makes life easier to know who's your contact person, and then it's not an ad hoc engagement. Over the 5 years that we've been doing this referral, we've seen that it's better when you reduce these things into clear expedition from both parties. And as we can issue the certificate of debt, the AG has got the right to take the form and the content of the certificate of debt. So most of the changes that happened last time, they were really around giving us the MI powers. But while doing that, there were other changes that happened. Some were dealing with the governance issues that were a bit of a concern. So some of them on Section 7, it was previously the SCOWEC used to engage with the incoming AG, recommend to the president the salary and the remuneration of that person. And for that period of 7 years, it was silent as to who must then deal with it. So what had happened in the past before the amendment is that the DAG has to approve the AG's salary, but the amendment then came through now that the process is such that the AG is now deemed to be an office bearer, and the independent remuneration committee recommend to the president any salary increase. What we have done internally is based on the PAA is to use our independent remuneration committee that then advises the IRC as to what do they think is the right range for the AG's earnings. They normally do it on a regular basis. At the moment, the IRC needs to be reconstituted, and once that has happened, our REMCO will meet with them to discuss what the benchmark is telling them, and then IRC will take that into account. So this particular amendment dealt with the governance concern that was there pre the amendment. So this just summarizes what the role was of SCOWEC before and the change since the amendment. This was a bit of a difficult task to understand, Chair. We didn't want to deal with all specific amendments, so try to just group them overall. So the amendments that happened, one, it gave AG the powers to issue an MI, and then there were some cosmetic things to deal with some governance concern. I know it was quite a fast chat, but I'm happy to pause and take questions. And I know that in some other areas I've gone at a very high level, understanding that the purpose of today is to equip the committee to do your own strat plan. We are going to engage with you with the strategic plan for the next 3 years, and then we can deal in details with the specific targets, because this one has already been approved. But so that's, I don't want to spend too much time on the targets, but just to give a sense of what are the things that we are focusing on. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, DAG, and let me welcome the presentation and your inputs. And I do think that assists us a lot, also the clarity with regards to a lot of issues. Honourable members, let me give you an opportunity for any questions for clarity. Honourable Subrati.
Thank you, Chairperson, and let me also join you in welcoming the presentation by DAG for refreshing us, and I think it was also very useful for the new members, Honourable Velakazi and Honourable Mare, gave them an introduction, a brief introduction to what AG is been doing and it's about. Maybe just some reflections and some comments. Maybe the first question to ask DAG would be, what would you like to see SCOWEC doing more of to support you? If there's anything specific, then that would inform our strategic plan. What would you like to see us doing more of? I didn't see in your risk assessment the retention of staff under your assessment of risks. I would have thought that the rate of attrition
and we've learned that the AG staff are very sought after staff from others, but you haven't identified this as a risk. Or at least I haven't seen it being identified, and hence there's no mitigation plans to it. So I would put a question mark, why has not been identified? Because I think linked to that would be the effectiveness of the AG would also be to ensure that it has a measure in place so that a minimum percentage of institutional memory is also retained by the AG. Otherwise, if you're going to find that AG is constantly losing its staff that it trains over a period of 3 years when they come to do their training and articles, and then they move on, or 4 years, that skills, or 5 years, that institution, there must be a minimum that we should hold ourselves accountable to. And maybe the question then asked is, how do you fund that? Because often funding is a challenge, but maybe that's something that hasn't been identified, and I missed that there. Because I'm asking that question because it leads me to the next question, is that when we have sufficiently well-retained staff who now progress into management, who are in line with the vision, and who also have a patriotism in them. And I know, and I know in one of our presentations, and we commend that many of those who are with AG have stayed on because of the patriotic nature. Despite lucrative offers within the country and overseas, they've stayed on. So I'm saying that if we develop that base of patriotic AG staff, then I think the greatest strategic vision should be to impact on the entities that we audit, because what we're seeing coming through here, and ultimately, sometimes I know AG might find that we imposing, but we're not imposing. We're really saying that ultimately we see AG as being this institution that can bring about the envisioned reduction in corruption, in maladministration. We see AG being that vision body. And why do we see it being that body? Because it's mandatory for every entity to be audited annually. And AG has expanded its scope from being just a number cruncher to be a value adder to, and that's where the MI came in, where you look into processes and you make recommendations. So I'm saying that given that long-term and consistent role of AG, I would think that we need to have that, if you can play that greater role over a period of 5 years, and as you envision in your first strategic plan, I can't recall it, but it's really to influence mindset changes over the next 5 years. But you can't do that if you don't have a team with you that buys into the vision. I think I'm emphasizing this point because you are as strong as the team you are surrounded by. I didn't see that emphasis being placed. And an area that maybe I want to challenge you around, but expanding on this, capacitating you, and I know we've approved, was it close to 1 million or 500,000 in the last financials, your retained income we approved for investing into digital transformation, which you rightly pointed out, identified it as a risk. And then the mitigation is that you are invested, which this committee has supported. So maybe the question is, I'm expanding on in terms of the MI, is do you feel that there must be, or there should be, any legislative amendments that we need to implement to maybe introduce another level of irregularity called other? And I say other because I believe and I think these were one of my first comments when I joined the committee, I don't believe that in the space of public accounting, every irregularity is an irregularity. And when we say material irregularity, we are only catching it. It means that therefore there are other irregularities we are not. And we can only catch the other irregularities if there's capacity building. And obviously there's maybe some level of amendment. So I'm talking about, is AG within the term of this SCOAG, which lasts till 2029, do you want us to consider an other irregularity strata and legislate and create and amend the bill to accommodate that? If so, what would you envision that to be? And if not, do you see there's merit for us keeping that in mind? I think I've covered yourself talking to the team of, do you see yourself playing a role in arresting the scourge of corruption? I think you do, for the reasons I've said, that you do an annual audit, therefore you have the ability to measure progress or regression, and that can only happen through capacitation. Chairperson, I think I've covered, oh, lastly, and I think you've talked about that, I'll be very keen in an engagement outside this. I noted that you have an internal quality management system that is chaired by the AG herself. I'll be keen to understand that process because I've been a bit of a nag on that there. The last thing I would want this committee or for us to miss out, but we didn't employ sufficient resources, but we had compromised our independence. And the question is going to come to SCOAC, but who was watching over that the AG does that? We have URBA doing that to other public accountants. Who does that over the Supreme Auditor? Thank you so much, Chairperson, for this opportunity.
Thank you, Honourable Subrati. Much appreciated, Honourable Vilakazi, your opportunity.
Thank you, Chair. I was originally under the impression that the strategy document is still going to be discussed later. The AG's strategy document is still going to be discussed. And then I learned in the course of the presentation that it has been approved. So some of my questions might seem perhaps not quite relevant at this time, but still I'm new to the committee, so my apologies if these are things that have already been cleared out. The first thing I asked myself as I listened to the presentation was, how does the Office of the AG see itself contributing to the government's priorities for the 7th Parliament? Because I think that it's important that for each government institution to be able to point out which one of the 3 government priorities it contributes to, or in fact, as far as is possible, how does it contribute to each one, and what's the direct link between the work of the AG and, for example, economic growth and job creation on the one hand, addressing the cost of living on the other, and building a capable and ethical state as well. And I know that this will be to differing extents, of course, but I'd love to see more clarity and more articulating of that position. So how do we are not just shooting in the dark, but we are working as one with this government vision, and how does the Office of the AG contribute to that? The other thing that really just blew the socks off me completely is the aspiration of the AG that 30% of entities audited should have moved from doing harm to doing good. And I was, firstly, perhaps, am I understanding it correctly that it's 30% of the entire group of auditees, or is it 30% of the auditees that are in the doing harm category? But I think it just points to such a terrible, terrible state of affairs that the country is in. This is one of those things that show us that if an ambitious goal is that 30% of organizations move from doing harm to doing good. And so my question would be, what is the current, how many of these, what's the current percentage of organizations in each of the individual, in each of these points within that continuum? And what is the main means of ensuring that entities move higher up the continuum? A long-standing critique of the AG's office is that clean audits don't automatically mean service delivery. And ultimately, the rubber hits the road in service delivery. And the critique is often that municipalities and other state entities then use compliance with the AG as a goal in itself. And this stifles, for example, innovation. It stifles thinking, creative thinking, but also it directs goals sometimes so that they are solely aimed at meeting the Auditor General's requirements. And I have noticed, I noted the rethink around the MIs to perhaps make them much more impactful. And I wonder if that extends to ensuring service delivery or contributing to service delivery. So my question for the AG's office is, in what way can the AGSA ensure that its work contributes directly to service delivery, even if this is through partnerships? And I noticed when you were talking about the MIs, you did refer to partnerships with other entities within the state and outside of the state. I also noticed that some targets are pretty high level and therefore vague. And if we are saying the one role of SCOAG is to hold the AG accountable and the other is to support the AG, it's difficult if the targets are unclear, if the goals are unclear. For example, one of your outcomes is auditee, illuminate auditee understanding. And I'm asking myself, what exactly does that mean? Understanding what? Illuminating how? How will you know they now understand? And this is what the committee can then use to hold the AG accountable as well as support. And so I wonder, is there a place, maybe other documents, where these really high level and perhaps even vague goals and outcomes are articulated more directly, and would the committee have access to those? And then I also noticed that you speak of a target cash safety, cash safety margin of 2 to 3 months. In the same breath, you mentioned the dangers of COVID, which extended for a prolonged period, really, and for much more than 2 to 3 months. And also you've said that financial stability is a key risk of the organization. Do you feel comfortable with a cash safety margin of only 2 to 3 months? It seems low to me. And does this include investments? You mentioned something about investments. And does the Office of the AG have investments? And then finally, from me, who audits the Auditor-General? This is a question coming from a novice, remember. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I don't see any further hands. DAG, I'll give you an opportunity to respond, please.
Great. Thanks a lot, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, for your questions. Some are linked and then I will respond to them. So maybe let me start with Honourable Vilakazi about the strategic plan. What I meant is the current targets have been approved by in consultation with SCOAG, but this September we're going to come to you with the targets for 2025-26 going forward. So there is always an annual process where we have a chance to engage with you. So it is not water under the bridge. I didn't spend too much time on the targets. When we come to see you, we can then spend more time on the target. I was just trying to give the overall principle, which I think talks to some of the vagueness when I was going through it, because I was trying to balance off for those who have seen this before and also not spend too much time. But I think there will be a chance to engage, and I think that will answer your question around where things are vague, because we first have to put our overall aspiration and try to support it with a specific target. In our minds, most of the targets are specific, but I guess when we engage, when we got more time on the session that deals with this, we can then engage with some of the targets that we're not comfortable with. But I think because I was trying to lift it up, I might not have gone into the level of details that needs to deal with it. So I thought, let me just clarify that so that we don't feel we have missed the boat. That time is coming. We're gonna submit our draft blue book to you by the end of September, and that gives us an engagement opportunity. I think it's penciled for around November, and that's when we're gonna engage with the future targets. And where you feel is too vague, we can deal with the specifics there. So let me go back to Honourable Asubati. Let me start with the staff one. Right? So the staff one, it is, we'll try to summarize this particular slide. Obviously, we didn't want to make it too busy, so focus on the key ones. But our risks too speaks specifically to that. It speaks to us not having enough staff, because it is a battle. It's difficult to recruit enough CAs. Our requirement in the past was about 400 CAs. Sorry, 400 people with CTA to join us on an annual basis coming from universities. The universities produce in total about 2,000 CTA students. That is across South Africa. And some of these people don't want to stay in the country, they leave the country. So the battle is huge. So it is a key risk. In our target, is also a target. But the way that we have dealt with it in the target, we want to reverse it to say, we don't want to lose more than 5% of our high performance people. So we watch that closely. It's something that we watch on a regular basis at EXCO. The talent war is real. So we have to put mechanisms in place to ensure that we definitely do attract our people. Let's need to spend some time awarding our people who have done well. Sometimes you find that it's the simple things to do that make people feel appreciated. So the teams that have done very well in line with our strategy, they were being rewarded with a simple trophy and just a certificate. But the people were really appreciating that the leadership spent time in looking into this thing. So we have developed an array of things that we are implementing to help us to deal with that. We're concerned at the moment, when you look into our current performance, we are doing fairly well. The last stat that I got was that our turnover rate is 1.6. For some reason, the water that our people drink seems like they really get that fire, because we can't compete on salary compared to the private firms. But I think the one thing that we make our people appreciate is the purpose of the work that they're doing. Obviously, that can't be enough, and the other thing that we need to do. So there's a question of, is there going to be career progression and other things? So while it's a top risk for us and it's a focus area, the actual is not worry. And it's an issue that we keep reflecting to say, what must we continue doing to ensure that we don't lose this particular currency that we've got? With these two people, the key difference between a private audit firm and an AG is people see the impact of the work that they're doing in their communities. We can't obviously take that for granted. We must also do what is needed from our side to make sure that people believe that we will take care of them, we'll give them career progression and other aspects. And we are focusing on that. So when someone comes to us and we say, we will help you qualify as a CA, and the person believes that going to a private audit firm, it doesn't give them a better chance as worse than coming to an AG that allow us to attract the person. But the person realized that the audit office went out of its way to give the person the opportunity to become a CA. And the person realized that we are not here to take advantage of them, if I can use that word, but to support them. Then the person feel like, I really want to stay here. I was having a conversation yesterday with someone at our award ceremony who said he qualified 3 years ago. Every time the question keeps coming, do I leave, do I stay? And every time I keep saying, I'm staying, because they see the value of the work that they're doing. So lucky enough, the actual indicator, based on the targets that we are tracking, we are doing fairly well. We cannot lower our guard. We need to keep focusing on it to pull the various things that we've got. And we are introducing a number of staff to ensure that we've got a pipeline of people that we do keep. And we have a program that we have introduced for our post-trainee people, which we call AGSA. People, we train them for a certain number of years. When they qualify, we can release them. We find that if we keep them for 2 more years, those people help us to come and do more work on our behalf. So what we have done is to create what we call AGSA. All our post-article people, we give them opportunity to stay with us to solidify their experience. And what it has done for us, talking to our sustainability, is to reduce our dependency on the external audit firm, because we've got that pool of people that we can distribute among the bigger office. What it has done, though, is to allow those people to have solid experience. So they get a chance to have opportunities to grow within AG, because sometimes when they qualify, either because of the exposure that they may have on a particular business unit, might not have given them a chance to become an assistant manager. We find that pool of people that, even though some of them leave us, that pool are able to retain it fairly stable. At the senior level, we were giving awards yesterday. There were a number of people that were getting a 35-year-old award, meaning they've been with the organization for 35 years. That's a very long time. People staying here. So for some reason, I think what we offer, the value proposition for us, is slightly different to what the private firm offers. But it's the case that we keep watching. So thanks to your comment regarding that, we are watching it, and it is a risk that we have as risk number 2 in our risk register, and it is a target. You asked about, Mr. Fredman, what can SCOA do? And I think let me conclude with it, because I think once I deal with some of the areas, we can then say what is the overall area that we believe that we can deal with. On the net surplus part, we said, can we deal with it? What we are doing is to try and focus on revenue optimization, meaning let's use our people. So the things that we have, the activities that we have adopted, such as what we call pooling. So while we might be structured in terms of the provinces that we've got, when our national office is not busy, like now, when you do MFMA, we get our people in the national office to go and assist in the provinces. That means that instead of relying on an external person to come and do the work, we are able to use our own people. So that helps us with the net surplus, and you have allowed us to retain the net surplus so far. Net surplus is one thing. Money in the bank is another stuff. If we can get our debtors to pay us, one is not as bad as what you initially thought when you had the first induction. It's still a high amount. If we were to collect the 1 billion rand that is owed by our auditees out there, it will significantly improve our our cash position, which will then deal with the cash cover that Honorable Flakas asked us to whether I will come back to. Where we are right now, it's a major improvement for where we were 4 years ago. So while it's not an area where we can say, look, we are compatible, coming from where we come from, it's a significant improvement in terms of where we want to be, and we have to set targets which are realistic. Can we stretch it? I hope we can. We've seen ourselves now being able to move closer to your 2.8 area. So maybe it's time that we revise the target, but you don't want to put a target that is unrealistic as well. But also it's not also about holding the cash, understanding that we do trust that our main data is government, and government will not just stop paying completely. So it's that balancing act. But we will appreciate any assistance in terms of changing the culture of non-payment, especially for those entities that has the ability to do that. We appreciate the work that has been done so far by SCOWEC in also dealing with National Treasury to assist us. And we have seen some green shoots. National Treasury has written letters to the local government that owes us money. The AG sent a letter to the minister recently and also to the DG, because they were threatening to withhold the grants if they don't pay us. Some promised to pay us, but a number of them came to make agreement with us in terms of how will they service that. So while there's no payment for some of them, there's at least some movement in terms of them making agreement. We should just see whether those agreements are being honored. But I think that was triggered by SCOWEC engaging with National Treasury. While we have our bilateral, I think the fact that the oversight body came in and assist, it was great. I think the work that you're doing now, and when you do oversight, you also ask us and say, tell us what the bad guys here so that we can follow up when we go to see them. I think spotlighting that is very important. So that assists to ensure that when we have an audit fee, we don't intentionally ignore settling it, but we also give it the focus. So on the MI and the legislation, I think I've dealt with the staff capacity, and it's an area that we keep going on. The posture from Auditor-General, Mr. Kanmarulek, is that sometimes we rush to blame the legislation. And in most cases, if we use the current legislation as is and we fully implement it, we can make enough progress. We do appreciate the amount of time that it takes to amend a legislation. We still think, in our view, that if we utilize the current instrument as is and we focus on impactful MIs, we should be able to make progress. We should be able to review our internal regulation in terms of the rules that we've put to make this instrument function, to make it much more efficient and quicker to get to the end goal. So that's the area that we can do, but that does not require to change the legislation. We just need to change the rules that we have put internally to manage the policies and procedures of how this is done. So what is an area which I think would be good to also engage with AG? Our view so far is that if we just leverage the current act as is, we should be able to make progress in this area. Importantly, though, is that when we identify MIs, if the accountability consistent players were to do their role, we should never get to a stage where the AG has to issue a COD. And the whole point of how this law was designed was it should become something which is wrong. Ideally, the accounting officer, without being prompted for a second time, should act on that. And if the accounting officer don't act, ideally, the oversight structures should come in and say, but why are you not acting on these things? So if we change the culture, where people say, if something is wrong, let's accept that it's wrong. Let's not just try to kick the can down the line and delay implementing and delay resolving this thing, which goes to some of the things that we said are problem where there are no consequence management. It should go a long way to assist with this. The internal quality management, you did say we can have a discussion at another time, and I'm happy for us to do that. But at the high level, a supreme audit institution by design has to be independent, and that's the whole design of this thing. So quality is the number one concern of AG, because any report that gets signed on her behalf, she needs to be comfortable that it meets the right quality standard. And that is why she's ultimately responsible according to the ISQM standard, which is the quality management standards. In the private audit firm, that role sits with the CEO. She have delegated operational responsibility to myself, which means it's at the highest level. So if you think about the audit failures in the private firms, it has really to do with the fact that there might have been competing priorities, either profit motive and other things, so people don't pay enough attention to these things. Like enough for us, that is not a concern. We just need to survive. And so we believe that the process that we've put in place internally, while it's internally driven with an external oversight process where ELBA come and pick some of our sample, it should be okay. And I think in one of the sessions, we can take you into enough details to just give you comfort on the process. It is a process that we respect. At the committee, we'll be giving you a report as part of the annual report. And maybe we can use that opportunity to just engage properly as to what is the mechanism that is there, because there is a section where the committee include a report as to what have they done around the quality management aspect. It is a target, and it would be important to give that comfort that it is being dealt with appropriately. There was a question regarding from Honorable Blackers about the culture shift, and you're right, it is an ambitious target. And so we've got a definition. So we've got what we define as party, which is around performance, integrity, transparency. And that is meant to deal with the issue of the clean audit, where in the past, people used to just fight to get the clean audit. But we've got to appreciate that clean audit does not translate into service delivery. So it was important for us to say, what else can we do as AGSA to ensure that the lived realities of the citizen and our audit outcomes, the two are talking to each other. We still believe, though, that a clean audit is important, because a clean audit means that your financial statement is credible enough for you to be held accountable. You are able to report on your performance scorecard. I hear you in terms of people then put soft targets that they can easily tick with the AG. But the mechanism around performance setting should be robust enough to ensure that we are setting targets about the things that matters to the citizens. And then lastly, it tells people that we have complied with the law while executing your transaction. So once you get that right, that's the time that you can start looking to you and say, where do you sit in your clean audit? So what we've done is we have plotted these auditees, and while now was not in the public domain first year around, we set with the auditees and say, based on our definition, you sit here. And what we then do with them, which is a different posture to how we approach this thing, I've said, for you to move from doing bad, if you're sitting bad, what must you do to either move some few steps to this level where you can reach? So the numbers, and I don't know whether you can see the screen, my team is getting me to put it up. We try to define it in terms of your PFMA and also your MFMA, where at the moment there's only 1% of doing good in the MFMA and 9% in the PFMA. So we have categorized this thing, and I think when we meet with you, we can unpack it further. For us, this is an important part where we say, if we are here, let's agree what are the things that you need to implement to move you from here. Look, someone never gets to doing good and must accept that. And that's why in our definition of the finance, say, what do you mean by 30%? So we have to see and say 30%, when we look into most of the entities that are closer to doing good and those that are doing more than the basic, in number terms, we can get there, but their impact to the citizen is minimal. So you know that different departments that they don't have much impact, i.e., you might have a local government sitting somewhere in the borough but servicing fewer people. But if you can move a metro, because of the budget that they control and the number of citizens that they engage with, that for us, we say that is much more impactful. So for the impact, we said, instead of just looking at the numbers that we can easily tick and say, we've got 30% of the auditees to move across, but the impact and the lived reality of the citizen is not the same. We said, let's focus on the budget. Let's move 30% of the auditees in terms of budget. So it has to be a different story and a different focus to say, when you look at the Department of Health, at the national level, it's not big, but we look at health and the provinces and the impact to the citizens and how people will experience service delivery at the health facility. If you can move health from doing whether they're doing harm or whatever place they are to doing good, the impact to the citizens will be something else. And that deals with the issue of moving away from the clean audit, where it's only about clean audit, but does not translate into service delivery. So we do believe that the culture shift focus is actually trying to tick the boxes in terms of those things that previously we did not assess. And in our approaching, like I said, we look into performance. So performance is not an issue of are you ticking the box in terms of getting the goals you've set for yourself, but it is that in terms of your mandate, are you focusing on the right performance criteria? And if you then tick that, and then you then deliver on that area, we'll then say that you are moving across. But if you are setting nice to have targets that don't help with that, we'll then say you don't need to move across here. The audit teams tell us that this approach, when they engage with the auditees, it really brings a very different engagement, because it moves you from focusing on the financials to really focusing on what exactly is your mandate as an entity, and are you really coming to the party as far as that is concerned. We do, while we appreciate that it's still a slow start, we are seeing some movement in some of the areas that we're assessing, and I do think that it will go a long way to deal with that. And I think that deals with the, then you ask us about the critical state. So I think this I'll just talk from my side at a high level, right? So our role as the SI is to ensure that is to support democracy by allowing the citizens to hold our elected leaders into account. So it should not change with the priorities of government, because that's the fundamental issue. And that is why in our mission and vision, we try to keep it the same. But what is our own contribution as an entity? So to a credible state, like we can make a contribution towards that, produce enough CAs that we can share with the state. But I believe that in the Supreme Audit Institution, we need to stick to our course, that our job is still to audit, so that the citizens can hold our elected leaders to and support our democracy. But we can say there is a concern with skill set. What are we doing? And that's why we're obsessed about in the CA space. There are very few Africans. Let's develop enough CAs and make sure that when we hire people, they represent the demographics of the country. And in that way, we'll be making an impact in that area. And importantly enough, things have seen a thumbs up. While we're not changing our own mandate, we are contributing indirectly into that cause. And one area that we are proud about, and we always share this number because people don't know them. This year, we produced 317 new CAs. That's a big number. We don't need to keep all those people internally. So when they qualify and need to go out to the market, they've been working in the public sector. So we can't get to a situation when we go into oversight, people say there are no skilled people. You can tell them that no, AG is giving enough people every year. Why are you not taking those people? So I think that will be our contribution into a capable state where we have qualified people who hopefully, having trained at the AG, they come with the right ethical posture and make sure that we deal with some of the systemic issues that we've spoken about earlier. So there's a lot of things that you can just link with one thing, but it's saying, look, let's train people who are qualified enough that if they go to an environment where they're asked to do something that is not in line with their ethical posture, they can say, I'm not going to be willing to do this. And because they know that they're highly employable, that person will be able to resist temptation to do things which are not ethical. So I hope that answers some of the stuff. Who audits the AG? That's a good question. Who audits the auditors? So we obviously use a number of firms to supplement the work that we do. So those firms cannot audit us. We have made it part of the rules that you cannot audit AG if you want to play in the other side of the game. So there are a number of private firms that we approach. At the moment, there's a private firm that the name just escaped me, but it is a private firm. On an annual basis, the audit committee comes to recommend to the audit to use COWEC to reappoint them. So what happened is that the audit committee runs with the process to procure other services. As management, we are not involved. It's run by the independent audit committee. They appointed this particular firm, and then in the previous engagement, there was a discussion about is COWEC only rubber stamping or is it truly appointing? So similarly to what happened in the JSE companies when the audit committee will recommend, or as the board will recommend auditors, and then members in an AGM have to approve it. You have the final say on an annual basis. Obviously, for continuity, we do have a third period, but it is subject to COWEC being happy about their performance and the audit committee. So if ever the audit committee is not happy with them, they will not recommend, but audit committee only recommend. COWEC makes the final appointment of the external auditors on an annual basis, and they do submit a report to you about the work that they do. I hope I have answered all the questions based on what I've seen. If I miss anything, I'm happy to take any further questions.
Thank you, DAG, for your responses. I do think you have covered all the questions, and we will further engage. Thank you very much for the presentation and for your guidance and assistance that will assist us to formulate our strategy better and to have those engagements. Honourable members, I want us to conclude. We were scheduled up until 12:30. We're a little bit over time, but it has been important and thorough engagements, and thank you to all the members for your contributions in this meeting, and also a special word of thanks to the committee staff, the support staff, for all your behind-the-scenes work and your arrangements and everything that goes into making the committee and assisting the committee to do its oversight work and to fulfill its mandate. I want to wish you all a pleasant weekend, and that you enjoy the weekend. We will communicate on the WhatsApp group with regards to our planned meeting, as we said, to then have a scheduled extra meeting or two to engage on our strategy and our strategic plan. We will also consider the minutes of the previous meeting, the 11th July minutes, at one of our next meetings. So let's conclude, and thank you very much once again for your participation. Have a good weekend. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Bye, everyone.
Thank you, Chair. Bye.